All right, everyone. Welcome to the 10th Mythgard Weekly Open. I am your host, your MC, as the boys like to call it, Brasiah. We are going to be having some great games here. We're going to be doing 4 rounds, and then we're going to go into top 4. Then we're going to have a new, or maybe returning, Mythgard Weekly Open champion. We do have, our lovely casting team of Noah and
Hello.
Mantid Man.
Hello.
And I'm going to let you guys take it from here. Let's go ahead and get Mythgard Weekly Open 10 underway.
Thank you for that fantastic introduction, Brasiah. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the most must-see Mythgard action of the week, the Mythgard Weekly Open Week 10. I of course am the voice of victory, the Mantid Man. Joining me today, your favorite, the Titan of Tech Plays, Noah. How are you doing?
I'm doing good today. How do you feel?
Outside of that immediate slip-up and complete embarrassment that I made of myself, I am ridiculously excited for some Mythgard action. Seeing all the stuff that the players have brought, the names that we have in the roster, I could not have asked for much more.
But had you asked, we would have been able to give you something, because we have a special announcement to make today. You want to fill us in on when that might be happening?
So today we're going to have our feature match of the first round. We're going to see 2 very well-known names slug it out. We're going to get into the second round, and who knows who we'll have fighting at that point. But after the second round, we have some very special information, not only for our players, but for all of our viewers as well. And it pertains to next week's Mythgard Weekly Open. Very, very big news.
And if you would like to play in next week's Open, you can use !sign up in the chat. You'll get a link to the sign up sheet on Battlefy. You can sign up now. You don't have to have a deck submitted at the time you sign up. We have a deadline listed on the Battlefy page that you have to have a deck submitted by. If you want to sign up now, but you haven't decided what to play, you can still sign up now and not be locked down to any specific deck. So you've got almost a full week. You get like 6 full days to choose a deck if you choose to sign up today.
Yeah, you'll have all week to practice. You'll have all week to go through and see what the players this week have played, how that fits your play style, how you think you can adapt to that meta, and you can wait until the very last moment to register your deck. But signing up early slots you in, guarantees you a position in the Mythgard Weekly Open and a shot at more than 100 packs of prize support, thanks to our ridiculously amazing devs over at Rhino Games. They have enabled us week in and week out since inception of the Mythgard Weekly Open, and I do not feel like they are going to slow down anytime soon. So a big shout out to them for helping us out, for giving us something to fight for every week.
Absolutely. Now, we have just told folks they can begin, so most games will be going. We'll be delaying the game that we'll be showing just a couple minutes so we can talk about these decks. So we'll get those pulled up. You want to tell us a bit about these?
Absolutely. So I just want to make sure, but we are going to be watching DecadentHamster and Valthus play in the first round. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. We had a bit of a last-minute audible, and then an audible of the audible, but we have locked in this match.
So first, looking at DecadentHamster's deck, it is a very familiar deck to anybody who has been watching the Mythgard Weekly Open or playing on the ladder for the last 3 or 4 weeks. It is this yellow-orange token pile. Now, we have some new and different cards that are in here. DecadentHamster's been tweaking and learning from all of his opponents and watching people play, but we have a lot of cards that we continue to see. Parry at the Gates, a fantastic card. Maze of Iatiku continues to show up and show off very well. Eager Recruit, always good. And then Decadent Hamster really likes this spreading desert kind of feel. So the use of Dust Devil, Zergian Hideout, all of these kind of cards, fantastic. My favorite card in this deck, just like we saw last week as well, that Scion of Pride is so good. We played a lot with it, you and myself, over the course of the week in some
Yeah, we did.
practicing and learning, and it does work. I cannot wait to see how it goes off. Valthus, on the other hand, has
I don't know
seen
what this is.
Valthus has seen how much essence could be jammed into a deck this week. 32,000 points of essence, bits of this magical dust, have come together to create the green apple deck, and
It
I
should
am
be
at a
noted.
loss.
This is not the most expensive deck of the week.
It is not. If Valthus's goal was to be the most expensive, he has come up short. Hopefully that is not what happens for them in the tournament, but many questions to be had about how this deck actually performs. It is on a level that I don't even understand 100%, but I love the card choices in it. Rewind Hex is a card that we haven't seen a ton of. Detain we have seen, very good in almost any deck that can play it. Raid the Tombs is a card that I was super excited to talk about last week. And then a ludicrous amount of mythics in here. I think 10 is the number. Yeah, Bella, the Witch Queen.
So
Bella
25,000
Vode, yeah.
of that is in the mythics.
It's so good. I am so excited to see how this goes over. My favorite card in Valthus's deck is a card that I talked about actually in the main Mythgard Discord and the Team Rankstar Mythgard Discord. To Heaven and Back is a card that I am very high on right now, and Valthus absolutely has the Mythic suite and the very strong minion suite to take heavy use of To Heaven and Back.
Yeah, and we'll be getting them into game now, and as soon as they send out those challenges and get matched up, we'll jump in. I am excited to see some of these mythics in Valthus's list that we haven't seen a whole lot of. Bellovode comes to mind as one that I actually had to go look it up because I was like, man, I don't think I know what this is.
And the only reason I did is literally 20 minutes before you sent me this deck list, or before Valthus locked in the deck list, I had seen a Bellovode in an AI game that I played. I am very interested to see what this Zera can do. That is a card that I had to look up in the same vein that you did for Bellovode.
Yeah, it saw a little bit of play in those Spellflux OTK decks way back when, but It hasn't done much since. So folks who maybe have just gotten into the game in the last few weeks, not likely to know what that does.
Yeah, and it does look like we are also underway. The Decadent Hamster coming in with an attack as we have switched over with that Eager Recruit backed up by a Zergian Recruiter as well, and then the Parsa Recruit obviously coming in on the back of the Eager Recruit on Decadent Hamster's side of the board. Valthus with a beautiful card back this week. That orange supplemented by the green, it actually offsets his first opponent very well.
Yes, it does. And again, just kind of indicative of matching the sleeve to the deck as we've seen so often.
Absolutely. You spent some time with Valthus during the course of the week, and got to ask a lot of very fun questions. Have a nice interview because of their championship run last week in the MWO. How was that for you?
I'll be honest with you, that was a lot of fun. I was excited to sit down and talk with Valthus, and I do quickly want to note that placement. I would have put that opposite. Oh man, I think I would have put that opposite on the opposite side of the field, because now the infuse pushes past and you don't take a minion with you. Yeah, that I don't know about that placement.
Yep, Decadent Hamster bringing in that infuse. You'll see later today when we talk about it. Impel, again, a very popular power this week. Ooh, that's a little bit of tongue twister. Popular power.
Maybe the idea was you didn't want to give Decadent the chance to make the attack and then play the minion down, like, immediately, but I don't know. I don't know about that. I like this play a lot, actually. Because now you've just effectively stopped those two attacks. They just won't be happening.
Oh, they can happen, but they aren't going to do anything except for cost DecadentHamster some more minions. But without even a second thought, that third comes down, so all of the
Oh,
lanes
yeah.
are occupied in front of Valthus's immortal eager recruit.
See, this is a good example of why I wish, and I talked about it last week, and I've talked about it in the past as well. The statue that Clay Effigy makes, I would love to see that gain a mobile. And then in this matchup, you could have situations that you Clay Effigy on top of the opponent's Soma Oasis to give it the immobile and lock out the Oasis until it's dealt with. Like, I will continue to talk about how much I want that to happen until hopefully it happens, unless I'm told, hey, shut up and quit talking about it, it's not happening.
Hey, Noah, shut up and quit talking about it. Let the devs do their job. No, I'm just kidding. I actually do agree with you. It's very rare that either of us make hard recommendations for cards, but the theme behind Clay Effigy and the statue that it generates, I wouldn't disagree. Bella Witch Queen on the board on the Soma Oasis right now.
Oh, man.
That is a dangerous card to have immortal, even for a single turn.
Yeah, it is.
Because she is going to do some heavy work very quickly. Mezzolibre, though, dropping
This is actually
in.
awesome. Not only do you lock out the attack, but by stunning it, you've locked out the movement, so you've shut off any successive minions coming down on the Soma Oasis.
And we are looking at a singular Witch Queen staring down a full board of units, or of minions. Outside of the Clay Effigy statue, everything else on DecadentHamster's side of the board, a sizable threat at 3 attack outside of a couple of the eager recruits there.
Now, do we see the spell used on the Bella? I want to see if this happens. Do we play it on the Bella to then attack past one of these minions? Not likely, but
yeah, that would be a pretty knee-jerk reaction. I like the use of the detain instead here. That is probably well, I mean, it is a fantastic call. Having access to that spell from the Scion of Pride, though, is not something to be underestimated. I would highly recommend people trying out Scion of Pride. It looks like it is maybe underpowered for a mythic. I can guarantee you from experience that it is not.
yeah, it is. I mean, it's effectively a kill spell on legs, but it can also be used offensively. So we do see all of those attacks going in.
Yeah, by flurry of attacks to get rid of Bella the Witch Queen, you
and I like that the token deck gains enough advantage, anyway, incidental advantage, like what we see just now. That making those attacks is totally fine. You won't fall behind in doing so.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see what Valthus has up their sleeve, falling a little bit further and further behind with each turn. DecadentHamster just has the answers for everything that's going on, and having that full board it's a tough position for Valthus to be in. But Armageddon Angel, on the other hand, will it would clean that up very quickly and very nicely.
Yeah, that happens. We saw that last week in the finals, game 1.
We did, and again, that setting sun, the helicopter with the minigun just crossing the horizon, taking everything out. That 1 hit point remaining on the Armageddon Angel doesn't mean a lot when it is currently immortal.
Well, and 1 HP, like, having an X1 against a token deck is basically asking to get it killed eventually anyway.
Right. But clearing the board from a token deck is significantly more important to your win strategy here.
Oh, definitely. I like this Impel. Move off to the side and chip in the damage.
I don't know if 8 would be considered a chip, but I fully agree with everything else that you said. So the Armageddon Angel getting in there, doing some work before she is almost assuredly taken out. And Bella making a swift return to the field. Immortal once again, and going to build up. I love
like
that
that
effect
stun.
too. Yep.
Man, Detained is so good against this token deck. It oftentimes locks something down and then gives you a kill spell as opposed to a bounce spell. Because so many of these minions will just die instead.
Yeah, so we see fantastic use of a lot of these. You know, we talked about how many mythics are in Valthus's deck. Some spectacular targets to put on Soma Oasis. Great targets if they go to the Boneyard for Wake the Bones. One cost to bring any number of 10 mythics back to the hand, depending on what point of the game you're in and what you've seen. It's punishing.
We only have 2 Wake the Bones in this list, which I think is fine. I don't think you want the full set of them because then you might clog on them. But having the ability to extend that late game by top decking a Wake the Bones is just so good.
I know I normally call the plays, but I would really love to hear what just happened from the man himself on Valthus' side of the board.
Bald Mountain happened.
Yes, it did. Ooh, and a rewind hex. And look at that. Everything just disappearing in a digital torrent. No more enchantment. No
I'm
more
actually
minion.
Not too much a fan of that play. If it was pushing lethal, absolutely. But this is going to net a decent bit of advantage back because the minion that was put back in hand has that awesome awaken effect that's going to continue to dig into this deck. So you don't actually stunt them any by top decking the hideout, except on mana. So I don't know that I like that when it's not pushing lethal.
It potentially is a very knee-jerk reaction considering Valthus' hand size. We know one of the cards in hand is that spell from the Scion still, and then the second card, we are in the same boat as all of our viewers. We have no clue what it is. Only Valthus knows.
And also, using that hex on the token instead would just flat out kill the token and the enchantment. I definitely don't think I'm too much of a fan of that hideout play. The hex on the hideout.
Mm-hmm.
It may pan out, but I don't think it's likely to.
Temptation.
I like that.
I do as well. Something you will notice, by the way, the controlled or that tempted minion does not go to the Temptationer's Boneyard. It does still retain and go to Valthus's Boneyard there. Something that is a little different from a lot of other games that you may be used to.
So Valthus will get that back again at some point.
And we see Bella moving over to probably the most appropriate enchantment for her, at least from what is on the field right now, reducing spell cost, detaining out this Zergian recruiter, deporting again on a token, which removes it completely. Valthus, though, sitting at a very dangerous position of 9 hit points.
Yeah, this is 9 without Cadejos coming in yet. Oh, it's because wow, Decadent's not playing the Cadejos.
I was gonna say you won't see Cadejos in this matchup. Decadent is not running any, which is surprising considering how much Decadent has pushed them in the past and how popular they have been across the MWO for the last few weeks.
Yeah, that's a bit odd to me, seeing Yahui and Dust Devils, but no Cadejos.
So we see a much, I mean, not much, but significantly stronger version of Temptation come down, and Traitorous Murmur, that little whisper saying, hey, look, you want to be on the winning team, Mesa Libre? Come on over here and let's do some work together.
Yeah, and that's not going to be the only time we see that today.
Yep, it is dangerous to play against Valthus's deck.
Ooh.
There's a lot of options for them to be able to bring in and bring out, take control of not only the board, but your units specifically. Spectacular use of Dark Passenger.
Oh, I like this. That's big.
Parry at the gates.
And I did just happen to notice that we do have quality selection again this week. So that's good to note. And so anyone watching on Twitch who may be having issues, you can adjust the video quality this week.
Yeah, bounce around, get where you're comfortable with your internet speed so that you can play or watch. Wow. That's big right there. So the first one was very strong. This one, though, could swing the tide of the game in
without a hideout on
motion.
field. If you can wipe a token deck once, you'll be in a good spot. If you can wipe them twice, I would assume you'll win. I think the only thing that may be keeping this potentially just lethal to Valthus somehow is the fact that the life point gap is as big as it is at this point. But not having the hideout is going to be a big deal as Decadent looks to extend this late game. Because Decadent's deck does not have as high of a top end as Valthus.
Absolutely, but we do see some fantastic placement here from Decadent Hamster. You notice the 2 lanes in front of the Armageddon Angel open, but Armageddon Angel does not have that agile trait, so will not be able to get through, has to punch or move and punch. So we're going to see some struggles here, especially if Decadent is sitting on one more minion or happens to draw another one.
I think if it's me, I'm impelling this, moving it. Oh, I would have moved it the opposite way myself.
I literally was going to say the same.
Unless you want to use the Bald Mountain. Okay. I was going to say, I would move to the opposite side, attack the 1/1, and then make Decadent use the Infuse to kill it. But, oh no, because it would have taken 2 damage on the season change. So I do like this. Get on the Bald Mountain and potentially make use of it.
With how expensive so many of these cards in Valthus' deck are, having Bald Mountain continually populated is key to their victory. And just detain after detain, deport after deport.
Yeah, this has been a common theme these last few weeks, this Bald Mountain detained combination.
It's so cheap, but it is so effective. Cheap as in cost-wise, mind you, not tactics-wise. It is a very strong tactical play. And an immortal undead child coming down in the form of Born Again on the Soma Oasis. And
what do you do when you can't headshot the zombie?
You, depending on how Decadent Hamster's hand looks, you maybe lean back in your chair thinking very hard, because she may be small, but if she can't die, she is a problem.
Well, she can't die anyway, though, can she? I mean, that's why she's undead.
This is true.
Now, do we see the infuse? I don't think... Oh, now we may. Hang on.
Likely much later than what Decadent Hamster wants to see, but an Olama Ring is always a welcome sight, and it allows these Parser regulars to take care of Big Mama Armageddon Angel.
Yeah, the season not changing yet meant that if you could get an additional damage down, the infuse would take out the angel. But now we likely see Impel move to Bald Mountain. What do you fetch back? Oh.
There's a lot of really strong choices here. You do have to take note of the ephemeral. Yeah.
Yeah. I like this.
So between Soma Oasis and Bald Mountain, strictly on art, which one do you like better? The stormy, isolated rock, or the whirling pool of magic?
I like Soma Oasis. Like, Bald Mountain looks good, but Soma Oasis has so much detail. You've got the light bits of the sun coming down. You've got the shaded sections. You've got the Oasis itself, which looks fantastic. I don't know, it's just got a lot of uniqueness at multiple points, and I also like being able to see people in it. And Bald Mountain, you don't see people.
Yeah, I would have to disagree with you. I like all the points that you made, but I have a real soft spot for lightning. Maybe it's that storm blood, that Viking blood that's in me. But if it was static art, Soma Oasis for sure. But with that animation that we see, those lightning strikes coming down around Bald Mountain just portray that sense of dread and power that it brings to the table. So we see this insurgent come down. Decadent Hamster, while we were talking, dropped not only a Zergian hideout, but putting that Mezzolibre on top of it, and it is buffed by that Olama ring.
Valthus used the temptation and then attacked into the enchantment and took a damage instead of taking the minion that was on the enchantment and making the attack.
Oof. Ooh, and a Marty Core. We talked about it a lot last week based on name and action, and that will indeed seal up the game one for Decadent Hamster. A fantastic fight, though. We, at least myself, subconsciously thought that about 8 turns ago that was already sealed up. Valthus able to swing back and forth, do some work, just coming up a touch shy on locking in that victory in game one.
I think Valthus would have been okay if they had been able to stabilize quickly enough. Valthus stabilized, but not quick enough, and the life point gap was too wide. Valthus didn't have enough left to sustain a couple of those extended pokes that tokens get in even as you wipe them. And had Valthus been able to stabilize in a decent time, I think that would have gone the opposite way.
And we do see both of the players are in. We see a Mezzolibre burned immediately from Decadent Hamster. And everybody's favorite turn 1 play, Maze of Iatiku coming down. Valthus starting off strong as well. Born Again is a great card to be able to get early because you know that it is going to be coming back. And we have to try, Valthus has to try everything they can to keep Maze of Iatiku from just drawing out 2, 3, 4 cards. It's very difficult to stop a turn 1 maze from getting 1 draw, but quelling it a little bit more is alright.
It used to be that bolt was the way to do that. You would bolt it so it had to die to get its effect off. But that is not a thing now. And like even at that, it still went off, but it actually died as well.
And our favorite undead child doing what she does best, killing off the maze, but it comes right back. And we will see these Parser regulars take care of Dust Devil as well.
Now we do see the maze on the left this time. That's okay now that 1 minion has died. Like you don't want to open the game with maze all the way on the left. We've talked a bit about keeping the mazes to the end lanes because of the immobility, but if you put the maze on the left, in any case that multiple minions die simultaneously, when they leave the field, the ones on the left will be on the bottom, and maze is low impact to get back off of the path. So it's best to keep the maze on the opposite side so that any minions you play down will be left of the maze, and should you have a field wipe effect happen, the maze goes above them and you get back something else off of the path instead.
And that is why you are the Titan of tech plays. Knowing those little intricacies, taking them into account is definitely large when it comes to gauging skill. Sacrificial Altar coming down from Decadent Hamster, a card we talked about a little bit last week, but the chat in multiple places, the official Discord and some of the off-branch Mythgard Discords, Sacrificial Altar, a spectacular card.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. I like seeing it in these token decks. I hope it continues to see play, but it does mean you have to make a little bit of a deck building change to the token list and add in something to the top end to help sap. And we've seen Decadent do that, choosing to play the Hulkin, which I'm hoping we see this game.
So here's a question. Which of the triggers is going to happen first? I mean, I think I know the answer. Decadent does their research very well. But is Maze going to gain its hit points before Sacrificial Altar takes the hit points away?
I actually don't know.
So we see them resolve this at the same exact time. Maze stays at the 1.
That's cool.
That is a very cool effect. So Decadent knew the research had been done, figured that was going to be the interaction when they played it, but I'm glad that we got to see it happen so that other players can use that tech in the future. Seal of Exile.
And it's good on Maze especially because Maze can't attack anyway. You don't need it to have an attack stat. And I'm going to take a quick look at Battlefy, see if we can get some updates. It looks like EliBaeChan is up 1-0 on Envesy, but that's the only game that's been submitted to Battlefy.
Sure. And while you were away, Kushiel the Unforgiving came down for Valthus, and we have ourselves, a Dark Passenger to get rid of it immediately.
Yeah, you don't want to let Kushiel stay.
Yeah, that hurts a lot for Valthus. DecadentHamster holding on to, I'm assuming, holding on to that Dark Passenger to take care of any number of significantly sized mythic units. And the Mezzo Libre locking out the Academy Analyst, keeping her from continuing to divine over and over again.
And now that I've seen how this Maze plays while on this enchantment, I'm thinking maybe Decadent put it on the left specifically so that it would come back in the case of the wipe. Now, it's not going to now. You know, we will have minions below it. But in that type of situation, if you hadn't had anything die yet, getting back that Maze would let you continue to do exactly this.
This is a pretty big turn for DecadentHamster. Has to have an answer for Kushiel the Unforgiving.
Yeah.
That Temptation is a spectacular answer for Kushiel.
Yeah, definitely going to help. You'll get to put in good damage.
So here's a question. I wonder, let me see how this plays out really quick. Oh, you know what? I completely forgot that Temptation is a different card than what I'm used to as well. For some reason, I thought it stayed on the board. I was going to ask if it switched over. If you had put the Clay Effigy down, would it still switch, or would there be a problem there? But the devs thought of that more than I did and put it back to the hand with that reduced cost, which gives DecadentHamster a little bit more time to find something to answer it with.
Yeah, Temptation is usually found, if it's not to win the game, it's to buy some time. Now, I have seen a couple people tech in a choice in this tokens list with Temptation and use... Oh, the name of the spell is escaping me now, but it would basically allow Decadent to kill his own minion to gain mana. And you'll oftentimes Temptation the minion away, attack with it, and then sack it off. And it's such positive tempo. So that is enough damage to contest the Kushiel with a double attack.
It is.
Yeah.
And we will see just that. That is a heavy price to pay, but it gets rid of one of the most dangerous minions in the game as of right now.
Well, and Valthus is okay still. Valthus's deck top decks insanely well. It's got so many bomb top decks.
Yeah, both of these players, no stranger to high-intensity games. Both of them have fantastic decks that we see week in and week out.
And they've both won an MWO in the past.
Yeah, it
In
shows
fact,
through.
They've won the last 2 MWOs.
I was going to say back-to-back. This is a meeting of champions right now. And we see probably much later.
Excuse me. It was Decadent, then Envesy, and then Valthus.
Oh, okay. Everything I said still stands, at least.
Yeah, this is a clash of 2 champions.
So we see the Bald Mountain come down significantly later, I think, than Valthus would have liked.
Definitely. And we saw the impel too, and we've talked about that in the past as well. The impelling the minion when you don't plan on moving it to give it the swift next attack.
Yes.
But the stun's not going to let that happen.
And this flood of minions that are enhanced by Zimek's discovery of the power of the Olama Ring.
And the Hulkin that I was hoping to see hit the field just went back to the deck. So I technically saw it, I guess.
Yeah, Valthus throwing out that well-played, sees exactly what's about to happen, but is going to give DecadentHamster the kill rather than conceding. Ooh, my English is terrible today. You would think that I am not from here. Well, a relatively pronounced 2-0 victory. Yeah. I do not think that'll be the last that we see of Valthus, though, but DecadentHamster bringing it to the yard for sure against last week's MWO winner.
Speaking of 2-0s, EliBaeChan has 2-0'd Envesy. But that is the only update I'm seeing on Battlefy. So if anyone who is playing also happens to be listening, please go update games on Battlefy.
And while we're looking for those updates, we are indeed watching Jock and Den, the battle of the three-letter names. Jock with that Bragi Rune Singer in hand, and the highly complimenting card back for this blue-green deck that they're playing on Den's side of the board.
1-1, excuse me.
I was going to say, I had 1-1, so glad that we got that cleared up. On Den's side of the board, Black Kadeho, which there are not a lot of them being played this week, sitting next to the Zergian Recruiter in the yellow-orange tokens style deck that Den is playing. And we do have an Olama Ring with 8 remaining toughness left. What's the term for the artifacts hit points? It escapes me.
I could have told you until you asked me.
Absolutely.
I always just say health, and I know it's not health, but I always just say health.
Alright, so the field has been cleared a bit. Magnus sitting on the field, and a Volkov heavy mech suit coming down as well for Jock.
I'm looking at the 2 deck lists, and I spent a good bit of time discussing and playtesting with Den this week. And one of the things Den was flip-flopping on was the usage of Ghoul. And I was like, man, you need to be playing Ghoul. It's so good. And Den played some games with it, didn't like it, and cut it. And this is the exact matchup that Ghoul is best against.
And one of our live viewers this week in the Mythgard Weekly Open Twitch chat, Jahanmans, hopefully I'm saying that right, has made sure that we understand that it is durability that is on these artifacts. We're about to see a lot of durability disappearing if the Volkov Heavy and Magnus Thorson are able to get through an attack here. Heavy decision points being made from Den. The only thing that we see up there is that Poxbringer, which is a very scary card.
Yeah, I think Den needs to play it and attack the Volkov Heavy. And then put in a minion all the way on the left lane to oppose the Magnus swing. That'll do too.
Fantastic use of Temptation. Can't send it to the hand if it's dead. And Den still has 3 cards in hand. Jock brainstorming. Cannot ask for more when you are empty-handed like that. And we see that Disc of Circadia just rotating and gaining power, flipping back and forth between day and night. I remember back in 2012 where that Mayan calendar was said to be ending, forecasting the end of the world.
Well, yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, will it forecast a win here today? We will see. It's awesome how many paths we have this week. We've seen already Turn of Seasons, Disc of Circadia, Journey of Souls.
All of the paths got played this week.
I'm very happy to see that. Out of all the paths,
we have at least one deck using any given path. Each path has at least one deck using.
Out of all the paths, which one is your favorite? It doesn't even have to be a mechanical favorite. Maybe it's just look, but which one do you like the best?
I think Disc, actually.
I think Disc as well. We do agree on something finally. Look at that.
I like the kind of mechanized look of the beams holding up the disc. Like, it gives you that feeling of an advanced civilization finding some kind of ancient stuff. You know, those ancient pieces, and seeing that clash of the old and the so new it's not a thing yet. It just looks awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a nice turn for Den, placing a little bit of a wall in front of Bragi here. Parry at the gates coming down first, followed quickly by a Zergian hideout populated by this eager recruit, which does give Den some more parse the recruits to the hand. And wow, that's a big short stag coming down from Jock.
He's a beefy boy.
It is choosing, of course, choosing to bring Magnus back to the hand.
Yeah, Magnus is so good against token decks.
But that short stag, a terrifying card, by the way. When you hear the name, you don't think of anything more than just like a big, stag, deer, anything like that. But then looking at the art, very demonic. Obviously, it's a demon unit, twisted by the witches. It is definitely
an long tail.
Yeah, it's very gross, very scary, and in the game mechanically, regardless of the arts, it is an overrunning 8/8, and it now has frenzy as well.
Yeah,
thanks to Bragi's
That's not
music.
going to be fun. It's also tough to kill in battle because only taking so much damage. It's kind of like Yahui, and you have to fight it multiple times.
Yeah.
You can't just one-shot it.
At minimum, 3 attacks from minions to get rid of that short stag. It is indeed a much bigger, scarier version of Yahui for all intents and purposes. Den has some thinking to do here. We don't know what those 4 face down or those 4 hidden cards are. We have again that same information that all of the viewers at home have, and I don't think Den is streaming. So
no, I don't believe so.
We will get to find out here. I do know Swellzong is playing this week. I think Swellzong is also streaming right now. So if
Swellzong
you want to
is live, but with like a going live soon thing up because Swellzong's on the bye.
Yeah, I was gonna say I would send you over to say if you want to watch 2 games, but Swellzong got their favorite thing in the world, the first round bye. So maybe taking a little nap or meditating in preparation for round 2. Ooh,
I always
board
like to
filling up quick.
Jam games against anyone I could. So I suppose in this game I'd be playing against a bot, just staying hot, if you will. You know, not letting the lull of that downtime take me out of my element.
Man, there's so many jokes in there, but I'm gonna leave every single one of them alone because Jock is doing a good job of detaining and then here probably quickly deporting something else from the field. But that short stag, big money hits coming in right now. Yeah, and the conversation we were having before in chat, would love to hear what some of your favorite art or effects are in the game. We have so many to choose from. We've seen some really good art that's coming up in purple as well. But
that koi, man. Oh. It is beautiful.
Yeah, it is. All of the art has been fantastic. I don't even know obviously don't know what the name of the card is for any of the art that's been revealed. It was actually in the file
name of the image, if I'm not mistaken. Like if you open that image and
I know it's Emperor, it's Emperor Koi, but we can't say that that's the name of the card. It's just what the art is called.
Yeah,
I'm not making any assumptions.
I would be I would feel somewhat safe making that assumption, I think.
Yeah, but I think my favorite, there was art that was spoiled on Twitter yesterday that showed this like woman reaching up through these ethereal skulls. I think that one has usurped Emperor Koi only because I dreamt about it last night, saw her in my nightmares, and I hope she is as terrifying in card form as the art portrays that kind of longing and loss. So we will see over the course of the coming weeks, either if it comes out when Purple is released or if there's a spoiler in the future that has the card text as well. But a lot of good stuff. I encourage you to check out the Mythgard Twitter, the Rhino Twitter, or head over to the official Mythgard Discord. You can see all of those. And yes, I did have a poem that I put out for the Ganesha-looking art that was spoiled before. I'll think about putting another poem out for fun. I like to do them kind of on the spot, but after dreaming about her, maybe. So the two Viking brothers have stuck around for a little while. Jock's side of the field, that's not something you see a lot. They're usually taken care of. Den arguably doesn't have a quick means of taking care of them. There's a lot of hit points there, and we are looking at a token deck. Olama Ring has been dismissed, so completely understandable that there's a little bit of a struggle to get rid of either or both of these Viking gods.
Yeah, and I do want to make a quick note, going back to the whole seeing that spoiled piece as you slept. That is a confident thing to say as a man whose wife may be watching.
Hey, look, I didn't say I was dreaming good things about it, but I have a heavy appreciation for, you've known me for a while now, coming up on a year, I think. I have a very high appreciation for passion, and Rhino, the dev studio behind Mythgard, has done a fantastic job of finding very passionate artists. You can see
Definitely
the love in all of these pieces, whether it is Emperor Koi, whether it is the peach with the two children climbing the tree that we saw on Thursday, of course the woman reaching up through those ghostly skulls. Every piece that we have seen, even the Rhino proxy art, all of them have been very passionate.
You know, one thing I actually like a lot, and I noticed it especially with that Koi, is also seeing the tie-ins to pieces that some of these folks haven't done. Like, when the Koi was done, I noticed Bonsai leaning against a building on the left-hand side. And the Koi wasn't done by the same folks that did the Bonsai piece. And seeing them side by, like, seeing someone else then implement Bonsai is cool to see. That
did the artist do the axolotl that we found in the Emperor Koi?
I don't know.
As
I
well?
didn't check axolotl.
I couldn't find it in their art portfolios, and I also didn't think to check the name. Ooh, there's that white Kadeho, followed by a Poxbringer. And Hyperborean, not long for this world right now. No matter how many hit points you've got, that Blight is going to carve them away very quickly. But will it be quick enough for Den to stabilize on the back of White Kadeho?
We have just gone into time.
So the time rules is that 15-minute extension and then an immediate check of stance and hit points, correct?
Yeah, so what we do is, once time is called, you have 15 minutes to finish out. At the end of that 15 minutes, if any game is still ongoing, that game is decided immediately by the highest life total. And then you update the match with that game win. If that game win causes a tie in the match goes down as a tie in Swiss. In Top Cut, since you can't tie, if we go to time and the match ends in a tie, then you play one last game in full to decide the match.
Look at all these keywords on Hyperborean. Frenzy, Overrun, Piercing. That Blight is relevant, but not to these attacks right now. And just pounding through Den's line.
Yeah, it's got a lot to say.
Man, and that sickly green complements the art in Hyperborean well, the coming from the blight. Wow.
It's not gonna push game, but
It's gonna make it
wow.
very difficult for Den to stabilize. That white Kadeho is only generating 1 hit point or 1 life every time those minions are created.
Oh no.
Good night.
Do we have the last one? Wait, no. We wouldn't. I'm dumb. That's only 2. But still, gonna be tough to get back into this one as Denwop. Like, you can go wide, yeah, but if nothing else, Smite's gonna chip you out eventually.
Yeah, absolutely. Jock dropping down this Hopeless Necromantic, another card, again, like the chat has even said, another card that is fantastic on the art side, very reminiscent of Crimson Peak's Ghosts, one of my favorite thriller/horror movies, a very gothic horror look to Hopeless Necromantic there.
No, it should be noted, Jock didn't smite then. I feel like
they did a lot, so I don't necessarily blame them for missing the smite.
Not to smite may have actually been the call because White Kadeho's on field.
Can you elaborate on that? I don't follow. Ah, okay.
Like, as soon as this minion came down, the smite was mitigated. So, extending what you have on field, continuing to build on the field, as opposed to putting in 1 damage that's going to get gained back by the Kadeho anyway, I feel like that was the call to make.
I'm glad to see our viewers this week falling into this discussion of art and the story that is told by each of these cards. I am very, very big on these kind of details, and it shows the love that not only the artists have, but again, Rhino has for going out and finding the right artists for the right cards. We'll hope it continues for the next very long time, years, decades. I wouldn't complain about any of that.
No, Denwop chose not to play anything else down. Like, the mana was open, Denwop chose not to play anything.
You'll hear Noah refer to Den as Denwop a few times here and there. That is because Denwop is a member of Team Rankstar, and we are very happy to have them in. I think they've only been in Mythgard, what, 2 weeks now, right?
Yeah, just about.
So a lot of discussion and guidance from the man himself, Noah, working with Den to get him accustomed to the game and into this, and we're going to see how that plays out. Putting up a great fight against a very strong player in the form of Jock. Nothing to scoff at here, but it does not look good for Den as this game comes to a close as time ticks away. Do we have updates on any of these other matches that were open?
Let me take a quick look at Battlefy and see. Folks haven't been diligent about getting on the Battlefy yet today, so I'm not positive. No, nothing else yet.
It's alright, a little lazy Saturday. I was up a little late this morning as well.
Yeah, same. I was way behind today. I ended up eating cold Chinese food just kind of as I was getting set up because I didn't have time to. Usually I like to cook a nice meal and get like a full meal in me because I know it's going to be a long day.
You're making this so difficult for me. Please stop setting up these jokes.
I ate a big pile of cold Chinese food. And you want to make fat jokes?
I absolutely do. Especially after seeing Bald Mountain the last couple of games. Temptation coming down onto the Hopeless Necromantic.
I like that, though.
I do as well.
It is funny, though, the hideout's not going to go off, actually, because the Hopeless gave it the one ability that hideout says, oh, by the way.
I actually did not even notice the Odin Throne that went down behind the Hopeless Necromantic. I was so hung up on the fact that
went
card
down
was being
instead
played.
of smiting a while back, like I talked about.
Yeah. The Odin Throne giving up that Alpha Strike, pulling off the Hopeless Necromantic so that we could get some extra damage in.
Ooh, game. Wow.
It
Jock
is
takes a 2-1.
indeed. So congratulations to Jock. A great showing by Denwop, the player in the game Den, in their first Mythgard Weekly Open, first round for them. And
still plenty left to play today.
Plenty indeed. We're going to check through and see. I don't show a lot of games. I show no games going now.
Yeah, Tenchu 2-0'd Ace. And then the Bosta matchup. I don't know what happened with that. Let me take a look.
Oh, I thought you said Boston matchup.
No,
then I
Bosta.
realized, yeah, Bosta.
It looks like it was a 2-0 to Bosta, but it didn't get put on the Battlefy. So we may want to get that updated so we can get these next games going. Let me take a look. Yes, it was. It was a 2-0 to Bosta.
Yeah.
Was it 2-1? No. No? I'm not positive. Bosta said they took it in 2, but I see I see a full match played between them.
Oh,
yeah, because Bosta misclicked once and joined with the deck that he didn't mean to play. So it was a 2-0 to Bosta.
And what, for some of you newer players watching the Mythgard Weekly Open, whether you're watching on Twitch or on the VOD in the future, one of the very cool things from a community standpoint is as long as you're following people, you can go back and see what all of their matches look like into the past. I don't remember how far back it goes, but you can go back and you can see, and it allows you to verify match lineouts that they put in Battlefy or that they're reporting. You can see how your friends are doing if you're gone for a weekend or something like that. So very cool implementation from our devs over at Rhino. And I accidentally removed multiple people from my follow list while I was saying that.
So I think we'll be stepping away now. No, we have some comments to talk about. I'm getting way ahead of myself.
That is just fine. So in the lowest position in most popular commons, lowest still a very loose term, at 13 we have Detain. Mezzolibre coming in at 16, and then a three-way tie for the most popular commons this week with our 11 players. Parsa Regulars, Eager Recruits, and then one of Noah's favorite cards, spoken about a lot, Maze of Iatiku. All three of those coming in at 19 copies being played this week in the Mythgard Weekly Open.
Yeah, a lot of mazes.
Number 10. Yep, a lot of mazes.
So with that, I think we'll now be stepping away. And we will be back soon with the second set of games. and welcome back to this week's MWO. We had to step away a quick moment, but it is now time to get the next wave of games going, and we have quite the matchup to show as we see Bosta and Swellzong playing. And I believe Swellzong's also live on Twitch at twitch.tv/Swellzong. Do you want to tell us a bit about these decks, Mantaman?
I absolutely will. We'll start with Swellzong. Again, decks, style of deck that we have seen played time and time again. The combination of blue and yellow panning out very well for many players. Mesa Viatiku, we just spoke about how popular it has been. Magnus, of course, making another showing. Alama Ring helping out both of those cards and many others. But the card that stands out to me most in Swellzong's deck, Tier Monomund, not a card that we have seen a ton of. I cannot wait to see the usefulness here, coupled up with cards like Odin Throne, Black Hatter as well. Ooh, spicy stuff from Swellzong this week, using, of course, Impel and Turn of Seasons, both players are, which is our transition into Bosta's Mythic Kanye deck. We have a bunch of really cool cards that we saw in our last feature match. Born Again, Detained, Raid the Tombs, Academy Analyst, Bald Mountain, I can't leave that off. But some cards that we haven't seen. Grinning Kalabak, not a card that we saw before or a ton of, but we have spoken highly about many times in the past. Baba Yaga's Den. Very fitting since I plan on going and seeing John Wick, who is referred to as being a boogeyman as well. And then Raziel, Keeper of Secrets, a little bit of tech there in Bosta's deck. Very, very spicy stuff. Very excited to see what's going on here. Which of these decks fits you better, Noah? If you had to pick one of these to play, which would you be more comfortable playing?
Absolutely Swellzong's deck. I have watched Swellzong play this the last few weeks, and then also upload the videos to his YouTube channel. And Swellzong does a good job of explaining play sequences and stuff, and I feel like I could sit down and just know what I'm doing with this deck almost immediately because of how detailed Swellzong is on explaining the plays and whatnot.
Absolutely. So we see this marrying of Mesoamerican and Nordic in Swellzong's deck. Of course, the witches and heaven-led angels in Bosta's. So we're going to see a lot of cards played and zero crossover between these two decks. The only things that are the same are obviously the path and power, being Turn of Seasons and Impel. So I'm very excited to see how this turns out. And best of luck to both Swellzong and Bosta.
Yeah, and we'll be getting them into game in just a moment.
Oh, I did not even notice the Treasury of Petra actually in Bosta's deck as well while I was going through stuff. It's a card that we talked about a little bit offline over the course of the week as a possible tech card. So I hope Bosta's able to put that to good use. This is Bosta's first MWO, correct?
Yes, so Bosta wanted to sign up last week, just missed signups, and so like while last week's MWO was still happening, because we had the signups available, Bosta signed up like a full 7 days ago to play today. Bosta was excited to play, and then almost didn't get to having commitments today outside of this. So Bosta is on a bit of a potential scheduling conflict as we move into the event in its full today.
Yeah, Bosta's been making the jokes in the MWO 10 chat that is only for the players and admins of the MWO, saying that, we're just gonna play one round, want to get them packs, but locked in. And look at this, what a play! One of my favorite cards in the form of Einhajar Thane on Swellzong's side, one of your favorite cards in the form of Ghoul, and they are face to face as we get this match underway.
Yeah, I quite excited about Ghoul seeing play.
And Swellzong moving that Einhajar Thane, getting down the Temple Snake out of the Serpent's Den. How is Bosta going to answer? I love this part of the game because we know nothing. This is all very surprising stuff to us, and we have started off with a bang from both of these players today.
I like the detain. It lets you chip away at that and effectively two-shot it, because it's not likely you'll be having a minion die. So I like that a lot.
Yeah, and Einhajar Thane, a card I messed up early on. I thought it said whenever any minion dies fully healed,
no,
but it is
no,
only
no.
your enemies.
Yeah, so you can't just like smash the snake into the ghoul and get it that way.
Yep. We are only sated by the blood of our enemies, especially when we are undead Vikings. So, Swellzong, looking at the hand, we have no information there either. Trying to decide what the best course of action is here. Ghoul, not a card that you want to be able to stick around. That continual banish, while it's not going to have as much of an effect on Swellzong because Journey of Souls isn't being played, still not something you want to keep. What a great play as well. Llama Ring. Woo!
I think this game is going to have a lot of big statted combat in the late game. These two decks both like going to the long games and getting into those big late game minions, and I'm excited to see that. I think this is going to be a slugfest.
Yeah, both of these decks are significantly tempoed. They're going to start out with overstatted, low-cost minions, and they are going to ramp to some very large powerhouses. Bosta bringing in a very strong one, Avenging Alpha on this fourth turn. Wow! The 2/2
Avenging
Snake
Alpha is so
stands
good.
no
Even
chance.
if it's coming down without its additional stats, it's still totally solid stats at its cost. But when it's coming down as a 6/6 instead, it's so good.
Man, and who cares about Fragile when you're such a big, badass werewolf? I mean, woo!
Now, eventually, Swellzong's deck is going to get to the point that you can begin impelling these snakes and moving them off the den instantly, which speeds up the time in which you get them. But because that mana is so vital at this stage of the game, it does slow those down.
Yeah, but we do see the advent of a card we talked about ad nauseum last week, Kara Morningwives, coming down for Swellzong. And while she is also fragile currently, every time Bosta plays something to try and answer, Kara just gets a little bit bigger.
Bosta's got two solid options at the moment, and I kind of want to see how they play this out, and then we'll talk about both. The two options, based solely on Bosta has 6 things in hand that I can't see. So Bosta may have plenty of good choices. I just don't know them yet.
That is a heavy bald mountain to play, burning up nearly all of the mana.
Okay, yeah, that was the play I was liking myself. The second option was to impel the Avenging Alpha, move it, and just make the attack. But doing it this way is a huge tempo swing. Although going on to 6, this will let Swellzong play it again and still have options. But it does definitely help putting it back in hand, just kind of stunting that out and gaining some tempo advantage.
Ooh, I was muted there for a second. I apologize. So we do see Swellzong thinking that Kara Morningwives has gone back to the hand. We have 6 mana, 3 of each type of gem, and exactly what I was ramping up towards but didn't want to guess right out of the gate, that Kara coming down very quickly, followed by a second Mesa Via Tiku. And we could see Swellzong filling their hand up again very quickly unless Bosta has some broad sweeping answers.
And again, we do want to make note that following the conclusion of the last of these Swiss games, we do have a special announcement this week that I have been so excited to tell folks about since I found out about it myself. And like once all the decisions have been finalized and whatnot, I've been anxiously waiting to talk about this. And that will be coming up following the conclusion of these Swiss matches.
Yeah, very excited to see how everyone feels about what we are going to be talking about here briefly, but I do not want to take away from the action of these rounds coming up. Swellzong, again, a very versed player. Bosta coming in seemingly out of nowhere, but dropping a bomb in round 1 of the MWO this week and representing Kanye very well, trying to prove that they are indeed the best with this mythic Kanye deck.
Yeah, I talked to Bosta some this week, and I don't know definitively because I didn't ask, but I definitely think that Bosta is someone who, although new to this game, is not new to CCGs and TCGs competitively. So while being new to the MWO scene is something to take into account, being new to the competitive scene as a whole does not seem to be an issue to Bosta.
No, and it is shown very clearly, even in the subtleties, the tech appreciation I'm sure that you have for some of these plays in here already, the placement of parry at the gates to keep Mesa Viatiku in check, the use of Bald Mountain and burning the burning that card to get the detain off. Very, very strong choices from a player new to this scene, but like you said, showing that skill that has been gathered up across other card games. And Kara just will not stay down.
Yeah, Boss has put it back in hand twice now, and that does help, like we talked about.
Yes.
It is tempo positive. But at the end of the day, eventually you have to out it. If it was a case of Boss putting it in hand and then also chipping in damage because of that, then as long as you can sustain chipping it long enough, you can win that way. But that's not what's happening, and it needs to die soon. So we do see... Oh, well, that's one way to deal with it. You just go ahead and take it. It's going to lose a stat because Bosta does not have the Alama down. But solid plays, getting to use the Impel. And do you move back onto the Bald Mountain? No. Okay. I was going to say, moving back onto Bald Mountain may be the play, but effectively the same thing anyway. Mesa Viatiku pops, and the Blight comes in. Swellzong may have been holding that, waiting on Bosta to commit to a play like this, and then blow out with the Blight. And the Impel, this is good. You use the Impel, you move and make the attack, and now this is going to die to the Blight immediately instead of getting one attack off anyway. So I like that Impel.
Yep, and we see a heavy shift. 60 seconds ago, the board was just full of threats on both sides, and then everything except for that singular Mesa Viatiku succumbing to the Blight. And then the Maze is not far behind. Blight 3 will very much usurp that +1 that is gained every turn. And one can only imagine what's going through Bosta's head. Without seeing anything else in the hand, Kushiel the Unforgiving, almost assuredly the correct choice here. And that Swift that you love to see at the end of turn without the move off of Bald Mountain.
And Kushiel's so good opposite the Snake Den.
Kushiel is so good, you could stop right there.
Yeah, full stop, that's it. Kushiel is
Man.
insanely good.
Those fiery wings and that flaming cat o' nine tails whip. Woo! And the art, that darkness that comes through in some of these cards. Kushiel is an angel, this paragon of light, but woe unto the heretics that stand before her. One of those guys losing a leg. Looks like these are Volkov units, actually. One of them losing a leg, the other one having the arm torn off. I would highly recommend going into your collection and taking a look at the full art for Kushiel if you have that card. If you don't, pretty easy to find online, or ask your friends. Maybe Noah would be happy to share that full art with you if you shoot him a DM at some point.
Yeah, I've amassed quite the collection, actually. I use them as a slideshow on my desktop.
Yeah, I've pulled a lot of the art, and we did get confirmation 2 weeks ago that before the game goes full release, we'll have access to 4K versions of nearly, if not all, of the art in the game, and I could not be more excited about that, let alone a lot of this other stuff that the dev team has not been shy about telling us about. And another stolen unit harvester. Wow! Swellzong has to be a bit frustrated about this board state right now. Look at these two just behemoths that are staring him down. The 35 hit points seems like nothing when you potentially are getting hit for 11 per turn.
This is happening.
I mean,
now,
it's just
one of the
big
neat
beats.
things about the Bald Mountain plus Mythic spell is, like, one of the design elements of the game is you only get one of each Mythic. And because of that, they get to be so swingy and impactful because the idea is you only have it once. Bald Mountain giving you the chance to do that again can be so big sometimes.
Yeah, it's a position that any player would like to be in. When they're limited on cards, whether it is because of the mechanics of the game or because their opponent just keeps knocking stuff out, having that access for recursion and seeing things time and time again, it is definitely big. If I was in your position, having Bald Mountain referenced to me, I would argue that it is one of the strongest enchantments in the game right now. So it's a compliment more than anything else.
Yeah, I think I'd put Soma Oasis at the top and Bald Mountain just.
That is a gigantic Sapo.
Sapo. Oh.
Demons overshadowing the angels, the forces of hell just coming down hard on one of heaven's most favored. How is Bosta going to deal with this? If we see another theft of a unit here in the form of an 11/11 Sapo.
Oh, yeah. Man. Well, because we also see the Temptations. Like, Bosta's playing 2 Temptation as well. So, stealing minions is something that Bosta seems to be a fan of.
Digital Golem, a card that we don't see a ton, but it essentially just recurs itself the first time that it dies, giving you that 0-cost 4/4. The fact that Bald Mountain exists, Digital Golem essentially becomes this like weird token deck almost by itself, with the combination of use from a Bald Mountain. It's going to come back at some point, and that is very cool.
Well, keep in mind Bald Mountain only gets back spells, though.
Yes, correct. For some reason I thought that's my fault. I thought the demise effect on Digital Golem created a spell that created the 4/4 archive. I forgot that it was actually just another construct. That is my fault. Thank you for that correction. Ooh, and a Yahui to complement the Sapo, and with that placement, everything that currently is on Bosta's side of the board is locked out, and at minimum is delayed.
Now, the Avenging Alpha can't attack past the Sapo by itself.
Sounds like there's a butt coming in there somewhere.
Yes, the but is if you attack with the Avenging Alpha and then play the token opposite the Sapo, you basically have to use the Impel unless you just want to lose the Sapo. Oh, unless you change the Sapo and then attack it with the Avenging Alpha. It'll be a 6/6 because it's going to game the 2 off the Olama again. But that is an option.
It is, and it removes the threat of Sapo. Pride of Place, a good choice actually on either of these units. I don't know which one I would pick. Yahui right now in that 4-5 slot, it's going to take 3 attacks to get rid of them. So Pride of Place, hey, and Bosta on that same line of thinking that I was. Wow.
Let's go. Let's go.
A second just incredibly powerful angel in the form of Raziel, Keeper of Secrets. And between the warding on Raziel base, the divination, and then these brands, wow. It is going to be.
Playing it down as the season changed to fall, though, that's... Oh, man. Now it lost 2 instead of 1.
Hmm. I still think it's a very strong play, but you're right, that is something to pay attention to with the turn of seasons. We don't know what else is in Bosta's hand and what the other options may have been. But if we can get to that brand from Raziel, Swellzong will be in a very tough position, not able to keep cards in hand. So the Meza Libre coming down to delay Raziel's effects.
I love the fact that the divination on that is a plus. Like, that's the upside, is the divination. It's so neat.
Yep. Yeah, very, very solid design choices in there. Your opponent has the ability to keep you from using Raziel if they have the ability to draw some extra cards.
This will be the Thane coming back to the Valhalla. This
We're
would be
in a very
good...
interesting
Does
position.
Swellzong play Model of Duality? Yeah, okay. He does.
Yep.
I was going to say, this would be a good deck to have Model of Duality in.
And a favorite of the MWO, I feel like I say it every 10 or 15 minutes, but Parry at the gates, on the field, populating and doing a little
good.
Sora round of that bald mountain. Yeah, that
is
that
so
is
insanely good. It was something that wasn't seeing a lot of play back in the initial few weeks of the MWO, and I was kind of blown away that it wasn't. But definitely seeing it pick up and play now has been nice.
What do you think about Bosta's use of Temptation to pull the snake off and put 1 damage on Meza Libre?
I don't know about that. I guess the idea was you want to keep the 2/2 up, but you can still impel the 5/5 and swing into the 2/2, so I don't know.
Yeah. Possibly a misplay, but definitely not judging too harshly, considering we've been in this game now for 15 minutes, I think, 15 or 20 minutes, and we're still at 34 and 30.
Yeah, I expect this match is going to be long games.
Yeah, it definitely the slugfest, absolutely, like you predicted. I mean, we see these mythic creatures, or these mythic units coming down on one side of the field in Bosta. We see just an answer every turn from Swellzong. This is a tug of war, and both of them are anchored very well.
Yeah, we do see it. Okay, I was going to say that the Impel to take the 2/2 seems like the most logical choice. Ooh. Moving away to put in the damage and chip at the Olama. I like it. I would have been inclined to Impel, move to the left 2 onto the Bald Mountain, and swing into the 5/2. So
Doesn't
the
matter.
5/2 and the 5/7 don't team up to take out the 2/6. But
when you have an Armageddon Angel circling this Bald Mountain, it doesn't matter what else your opponent
with
thinks
that
they're
knowledge,
going to
I would
do.
have absolutely made the attack to the face with the Avenging Alpha.
That is so good. I am so happy to see more and more of these Avenging Angels coming down. If one of these players would start playing Parsa Divinity Cannon, all 3 of my favorite Parsa cards will have made it into the MWO. I, of course, am referencing the To Heaven and Back that we will see down the road at some point today, hopefully. But Parsa Divinity Cannon is a card I've been very high on for the past week, as Noah will gladly tell any of you. I won't shut up about it.
Yeah.
And then Armageddon Angel continuing to do what it does best and just kill everything.
I actually spent some time this week kind of digging into some of the beautiful images that we get in this game. And I found the sketches to the Angel. And you can see some poses that, like, had been toyed with but not chosen. And I'm going to have to link those to you. Because it was neat to see. Like, you got to see within each step, each new sketch, how it came to be what it is. Like, you see a little bit of... Like, you see one element that is the same, and then something else changes, and then something else changes until it finally becomes this combination of all the pieces that you see one by one in each sketch. The evolution getting to the point that it's at was cool.
Yeah, you definitely need to send those to me. You know how much I enjoy the progression of art. We did see here Bosta taking a little bit of a risk because we know there's some recursion in the deck. Raid the Tombs, burning off a couple of very strong cards, but needing to refill the hand. Bosta at 35 life, 4 cards currently in hand against Swellzong's 26 life, 0 cards in hand. And we may very well see this, this brand from Raziel make it if there's a way for Bosta to deal with the Kadeho and the Snake.
I like that, moving out of the way of the Kadeho.
Absolutely, and the Kadeho is blocked right now. It would take a couple of moves to get the Kadeho in a threatening position again. Is Swellzong willing to make those moves?
It may not, though. You have Impel. You can Impel... yeah, I was going to say, well, you could Impel the Kadeho, switch it with the Snake, and then move it again to the empty lane. But this is just as good.
That's a big Snake standing atop the Giant's Stairway. It's a very basic enchantment, but it is only basic in the fact that it has one line of text. That line of text says, occupying minion gains +3/+3. So those snakes go from 1/1s augmented to 2 from the Olama ring, and then up to 5 as it stands or slithers its way up the Giant's Stairway.
One thing to note is now that we have an enchantment between those two dens, having the Valhalla next to a den instead of in the next lane down with one empty between could come into play, because with the Kadeho on the end, you don't have a place to move the second snake. So one of these dens is actually going to get locked out by its own slow-played snakes, and you don't get to put as many out.
And this immobile maze of Iatiku actually protecting the Academy Analyst on Bosta's side of the field.
Yeah.
With Swellzong technically in top deck mode, that Academy Analyst is going to be filtering through Bosta's deck very quickly to find exactly what they need to move forward in this game.
Yeah, if I'm Bosta, if I've got the 2 mana available, I'm impelling that Academy Analyst. and moving it to the end lane. Because then it can also make attacks.
Raziel has ascended the Bald Mountain and the Chort Stag. Oh, that is a threat to the Kadeho if I have ever seen one. Does a divine white wolf stand a chance against a demonic deer? Here's a hint. Unless there is a buff that has been drawn in those couple of cards, it does not.
And the maze getting its ability off now as well is going to continue to take away at that, so that you have to keep divining and building this count back up. So Swellzong's list is doing a good job at mitigating that.
One of the best things that we talk about every week is the fact that we stay as live as possible in the stream for all of our Twitch viewers, and it allows our players to come in and make comments in real time. Bosta lamenting at the complications in playing against Swellzong. They have definitely met their match when it comes to a level of skill, and Misanthropia coming down, Blight on everything on the board. A very strong answer to these well-protected minions that Bosta has played. White Kadeho sacrificing itself to knock the Chort Stag down a little bit further. Oh, you have to say that out loud, Noah. You put it in the chat, but our viewers on YouTube won't be able to see it. Strong reference that I would love to hear.
I have no clue what you mean.
Bosta's theme for the weekend has been Kanye everything. Everything from the avatar to the deck name, and a lot of their mannerisms. And Noah coming in with, no one deck should have all that power. I love it. This is so good.
To note on that Kanye theme, Bosta submitted a list this week and then messaged me close to the time that it was like locking in lists, no changes can be made, and messaged me and said, hey, can I change the name of my deck? Which is about the only thing I let people change once it's been submitted, because it's just the name, it's fine. And I was like, yeah, that's fine. And Bosta says, okay, name it Mythic Kanye, and I about died laughing to myself. Such a good name.
Yeah, another Detain coming down, Deport coming to the hand. We do see as well that Scion of Pride, which Swellzong knows exists. Oh, that's so good. The Chort Stag.
That's a good heads-up play.
And Swellzong also agrees. That Chort Stag, sorry, Siri, you're not allowed to talk. That Chort Stag coming down, or back to Bosta's hand, will remove the Blight. And when it hits the field, even a 7-8 Mezzo Libre is going to have trouble dealing with it. Yeah, that is a fantastic way to remove the diseases from Blight.
This has been a long game one. I don't think this match is going to be played in full. I think this might get settled by time.
I would be inclined to agree with your assessment. These decks are nothing short of a perfect match for one another. We have seen an incredible back and forth, but it is slowly ticking into Bosta's favor if I'm a betting man, and you well know that I am.
It's just almost Looney Tunes-esque how much is going on in this game.
Yeah. Oh. That's a big boy as well, in the form of a 7/7 Harvester, gaining some additional life. I really want to know what the other 3 cards in Bosta's hand are. I feel like they're just more bombs.
And we won't find out just yet. Oh, but it's got the 1/1. But it's going to take the additional damage. This is fine. Oh, what? Wow. This is intense. Only 1 health left on Violama. I think if I'm Bosta, I like Kanye.
I mean, I think if I'm anybody, I like Kanye, but that's just me. Very subjective. Oh, and we see the Cushiel come back to
Cushiel's so
hand.
good against this deck.
Cushiel is so good. Again, you can stop right there.
I actually don't like that placement. What I was going to say, and I held off on it, was I would have impelled following that attack and moved the Scion out to the outside. So you have a way to chip off at life totals and take away that Olama. Because at the moment, the minion coming down on the Valhalla won't be able to move without being impelled. So I would have looked to push to the outside if possible.
Golly, this short stag is just so strong right now.
Yeah, it is.
It's deadly. It kills everything that it's got.
And it's got a good demise now. Like it's just
it's just
so
so protected. What does Swellzong do here? Do you sacrifice everything you've got to deal with this demon, knowing that Cushiel is in Bosta's hand? Magnus is a great
yeah,
call.
The Magnus deals with it.
Yeah. But even then, oof. Like,
This has been an awesome match.
It has
now,
been.
You
And
can attack the snake and take the Olama.
so if any of your friends, you're watching right now in Twitch or YouTube land, if any of your friends say that, oh, I'm not really interested in Mythgard. Yeah, it has some cool effects, but it's no more complex or technical than any other card game. Show them this match. Find your timestamps and show them how deep this game actually goes. Because on the surface, yes, it's a simple game, just like any other card game. Play cards, go face, have fun. But recursion, spells, placement of these minions on different parts of the board, using these abilities, the Awaken of Magnus, the the deadly effects, the powers that are on, the enchantments. There's so much going on here.
Yeah.
And this game specifically has literally touched, I think, on every keyword that we have in the game, every effect outside of the powers that we don't have, because you can only have one power. But everything else is incredible.
Yeah, it's just been an awesome match.
I hope we have a dev here as well, because taking this and even using it for marketing, I'm heavily considering grabbing this for a highlight reel to push out, to show off not only the MWO but just Mythgard in general.
I had thought about doing like a cut as we move into beta of highlights of the alpha stage MWO events.
Yeah, well, this would be high on the list if you're asking me for input.
The conclusion of last week's finals would also make said list.
Very much so. Seeing all of these effects and actions that can take place in this game is fantastic. And because there are no cards that are mirrored in these decks together, seeing so many different cards that have been played as well. I mean, you get everything you want except for one color. We're missing red. That's the only thing we're missing here are red cards.
And 18 mythics between the list.
Whew. Kanye would be proud. This is a very expensive battle.
Yeah, I feel like you can't name a deck Kanye and not have it be expensive. Like you can't be cheap and be Kanye.
They do not go together. So Cushiel standing atop the Bald Mountain. Bosta still with 3 cards in hand. Swellzong's been able to build back up a little bit of a hand state with 2 additional cards. And that Magnus coming down right where he belongs upon that Giant's Stairway.
And we'll see if we have an update on any of the matches that won't be taking quite so long to play out. Let's take a look. Jock has defeated EliBaeChan 2-0. Envesy has beaten Den 2-0. Nothing else has been put into battle fight yet. Obviously, in this game, they can't because this is still game 1.
Yeah, we encourage our other players to go ahead and get Battlefy updated if your games or series are over. And we will see what happens here. Even if it kills us straight down to time, we will find out which one of these incredible players in their decks are progressing on to the undefeated 2-0. I'm having a ton of fun watching them go back and forth. Seal of Exile on the Magnus. Good night.
And it should be noted, we've got about 5 minutes until time is called, which means we have about 8 minutes until time is called in this match. And this is still game 1.
Yeah, we won't see any other games in this series, I do not think. There's still a lot of grinding down.
I would love to see this in the finals when we have no time limit.
No, I don't want to be here until 9 p.m., sir.
Yeah, we'll be going until the next MW.
Great use of Thunderclap there to get rid of some very significant threats. Swellzong's board looks a little anemic, but a couple of snakes in a maze with all of these enchantments, it can get out of hand pretty quickly. I'm surprised that the Maze of Iatiku didn't go down further, though. I understand the population of Junkyard Valhalla, but not being able to move the snakes further seems a little strange.
Well, yeah, that's what I was talking about a little while ago with the Valhalla being next to the den. It was fine initially until you put an enchantment between the two dens, and then it causes an issue. And obviously, the Valhalla getting back the maze, you can't move it. So if you play mazes and Valhalla, I actually like keeping the Valhalla close to the outside.
Yeah, I agree with that statement. When you place, I'm not saying Swellzong made a mistake by any means. They are significantly better. I watch, just like Noah said, I watch a lot of their games and their VODs and things like that, whether it's live or in the future after they have played them. Very skilled player, but essentially playing with only 5 of the 7 lanes with the current placement. Though we did see that second Maze of Iatiku go down on the other side. There's that Treasury of Petra that we've been wanting to see. And populated very immediately by the Parser Recruit. The money raining from the sky. And this is essentially a free infuse as long as it is populated. So I said before, we don't have access to the other powers. Well, now we have Infuse and Impel on Bosta's side. Well, better Infuse, I guess, since it is a permanent +1/+1.
Yeah, it is. That's...
Stacking,
and putting it down
mind
opposite
you.
the maze so it's not going to get hit anyway, it's going to keep this safe.
Yeah. We do indeed see the use of as many lanes as possible. Swellzong impelling that snake off of the Serpent Den so that another Temple Snake can be created. And Swellzong doing what Swellzong does, filling up their board with essentially minimal effort. And we see Broggy's energy just continuing to rise, getting closer and closer.
Okay,
Do we see
and
that
I do
full
want to
use?
note that the match is still ongoing. Beside this one, have now gone into time. We've still got a couple minutes until this match goes into time. It's not the same because we delayed this match to talk about the deck lists and whatnot. So they have a few additional minutes. It's the same amount of time, but it's not on the same schedule. But time has been called in the matches not finished yet, except this one, in which we'll be going into time in just a couple minutes.
We do see Bosta's second digital golem coming down. Bosta doing everything they can to keep that Bald Mountain populated.
Yeah, this is nuts. And it's about time to begin looking at deck counts even, with Bosta on 9 and Swellzong on 12.
I forgot that was even a mechanic that takes place.
Yeah, that's going to be a thing to keep an eye on as we move into time soon, and the life total becomes what will decide this match in all likelihood. Which means that Valhalla getting back a good awaken, and then this damage going in is actually just swung this to Swellzong.
That grinning Kalabak coming out of the oven. We could see some big plays. Digital Golem going down, the archive copy going to Bosta's hand to be able to bring it right back.
At about what time would you say the Kalabak came out of the oven?
Well, it doesn't matter now, it's gone.
Yeah, those of you who have not, take a look at the full image on Kalabak. Check the time on the stove. They left us a funny little nod, if you will. And definitely something to look at.
Yeah. Ooh, and a little turn of the tables, turn of the seasons, if you will. Swellzong now with the heavily populated board, staring down a relatively empty state from Bosta, and by relatively I mean completely outside of a couple of enchantments. Enough! I quit. Well played indeed. So
Bosta scooping it out.
Fantastic showing from Swellzong and Bosta. Obviously, Swellzong happy with that result. Bosta, nothing to complain about after that incredible showing.
That was one game. That was one game.
I have a feeling I know what is going to happen here. Oh, Bosta trying hard to get Swellzong to accept. Swellzong wiping their eyes, doing everything. So we're gonna try. It looks like we're gonna try and get in to see if we can run to time. There we go, and we are.
Yeah, the
back.
challenge was sent in time. By in time, I mean when we had not yet gone into time. So that game will begin. They'll have 15 minutes to play that game, and that will be...
So this is actually a conscious decision by Bosta, considering how the last game played through.
Yes.
And Bosta's immense control for the first, 40 minutes of the round. It leans heavily into, at worst case, at best case, this resulting in a tie, which is very good for Bosta's standing.
Yeah, that was a
in the brackets.
Heads-up scoop. To folks in the chat who may not know some of the ins and outs of competitive play quite as well as Bosta seems to, getting that scoop and getting into the next game, because it's decided on life total in 15 minutes, means that Bosta was likely to lose game 1 if it played out in full. So taking the loss and moving into game 2 means if Bosta can sustain a life total, then it will be 1-1. The match will go down as a tie, which is less damaging in Swiss standings than a loss. So a good heads-up scoop. And now we get to see Swellzong kind of change his playstyle completely, as Swellzong has to look to push damage.
Yep, Swellzong's deck built around this advent of control and answering the opponent's plays, changing the speeds, and turning into a little bit more of an aggressive stance to keep Bosta from maintaining a higher life total. And solid cards coming down to try and ensure that. Yahui and Mezzalibre early, and now we see this White Kadeho, which will continue to pump that life total up every time Swellzong plays minions.
And this is, at the moment, 1-0 to Swellzong, so we'll look to get that updated on display as soon as we can.
Bosta burning up to get some more green gems in here. and indeed detaining that Yahui.
And
So
keep in mind that when this match does finally end, we have a special announcement upcoming. So if you know anyone who maybe didn't have time to commit to watching the full event but wanted to know what that announcement was, getting them into the chat in the next 5 to 10 minutes is a good way that they know they won't miss the announcement.
Oh, and a card that we did not see at all in the first game, but one that we talked about when we were looking over the deck lists. Tyr Monomund coming down. And kind of the a benefit to having your snakes from the dens die, or some of these smaller minions, that frenzy to avenge the fallen brothers and sisters. Tyr able to attack multiple times if Bosta takes out minions, and Bosta doesn't have any choice. You have to kill these things.
Yeah, because now Swellzong is in a good position to actually put on this damage, and that could be huge, because Bosta's whole idea in this was knowing that game one was likely to go to Swellzong, getting the second game in and looking to sustain out so that the life totals would be advantageous to Bosta and tie the match. But Swellzong, knowing what was going on and doing a good job at completely shifting the playstyle of the deck to put out damage.
Yeah, Swellzong could not have asked for better draws. Tyr coming in, having that frenzy time and time again. And then we also see the Magnus coming down that's able to wipe some of the field away from Bosta, and the game is swinging heavily in Swellzong's favor right now as we get closer and closer.
Absolutely nothing like game one. And we've still got... Oh, okay. Well, I was going to say we've still got 10 minutes in time.
Yeah, these traitorous murmurs doing what they do best, convincing even a god that they are on the wrong side of the coin. And there is plenty of time for Bosta to make some moves here. Do not be fooled by the life totals. We saw before what can happen. We saw Swellzong doing the same thing, just carving away at Bosta's life. Bosta can do the same, so the game is not over until that last second ticks away.
Unless it's that last life that ticks away. Now that the Sapo comes down, in all likelihood, that may happen.
It could. There is a lot of draw taking place from Bosta. An answer could be found. I think we'll see here in just a moment.
I speculated a little while ago that my talks with Bosta this week had led me to believe that, while Bosta may be new to the MWO scene, Bosta was not new to competitive play. And that opinion was absolutely cemented by the heads-up scoop game one.
Oh, yeah, 100%. It is not something that you'll see newer players do. They're going to play, try and win, get frustrated and rope, something to that effect. But Bosta taking full notice of not only the time, but the position that they were in.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to pan out the way they were
hoping. Yeah, not this time. But
yep.
I would absolutely have made the same call in the same situation.
100%.
And I definitely hope that as the weeks go on, we continue to see Bosta playing in the MWO.
If you're going to exile something, exiling the Lord of Gluttony Sapo over there is definitely a right call. Big. How much time do we have remaining in the bonus
Let's take
time?
A look. It has been 7 minutes, so we have 8 left.
All right. Willing to say that it is not over, considering the control elements that Bosta has put into play here.
This is the thing. Bosta needs to find a way to be ahead on life, and I don't think that's actually possible at this point, because Bosta's deck doesn't have life gain, And Swellzong has Kadehos. Bosta has to fight an uphill battle against Kadehos and put Swellzong down below 7 because Bosta's not going to be gaining life. And
Yep,
I just don't think that's going to happen.
Whew. It's a decent way to start getting rid of stuff. Swellzong has migrated a little bit more to this kind of answer format now again that we saw so much last game. So Armageddon Angel going to do some work. Is it going to be enough for Bosta to start powering through as Swellzong plays this Harvester, gives it Frenzy.
Continues to gain life. And then moving off of the Angel, I like that. Don't contest it. Just put in the damage.
Yep. More aggressive. There's 9 damage threatened on Swellzong's side of the field
we had
right now.
The 1 life gain off of the path. And that's going to be it now. It's not likely we'll see the season cycle all the way back. Even one time, let alone the multiple times it would need to happen to even this out. I do like this attack.
As do I. Big fan of that, and there's a nice little wall of angels in front of this mechanized monstrosity.
You impel and game.
Yep.
So Swellzong completely changing the playstyle of this deck.
Heads up plays from both players, augmenting the feel of their decks, augmenting their play style, doing what needs to be done. You know, Bosta making that heads up scoop in the first game to try and get in that second game and run to time. Swellzong switching up from that kind of reactive controlling style to a very aggressive, high intensity fight or flight style works out very well, and Swellzong is able to lock in the round 2 victory. And we're going to check and see if we have any other games, we're going to check and get the information from these other games because the round is essentially over.
Well, it looks like Ace is still in game against Valthus with 2 minutes until time is called. So we'll jump in on that.
Yeah, let's pop on over and see how that's going to resolve. Ace Martinez, as we said, going up against Valthus, who we got to watch in the first round feature. And I came in just in time to see the 10-10 short stag landing on Soma Oasis Immortality.
So yeah, we've got, I think, 1 minute left until I call time on this. Let me double check the timestamps. Yes.
And look at Ace Martinez's artifact collection. Olama Ring, Singing Stone, Spear of Destiny, and an ever-expanding desert wasteland. I'm a big fan of that card back as well on Ace Martinez. Is that kind of ethereal technoscape almost with that gold alpha badge.
Okay, I hate to cut you off.
Oh, that's all right.
I am now calling time. I have sent the message now. They may not see it just yet because they may still just be focused on playing out and not checking messages. But Ace will be given this game win. So Ace takes this game. I do not know the match count yet. We will get that to you as soon as we can. But that is it. Ace will win this game in time on life.
Yeah, just as Ace Martinez was getting that Forge Elemental as well. So hopefully the message gets through to these two very quickly, and we can find out how this game actually is resolving.
Yeah, Ace continuing to play out. It's likely that they haven't seen this message yet, but that will not change the outcome should Valthus play back and win somehow.
Valthus, I think, has seen the message, threw up that well played.
Yeah, it's likely. Yeah, okay, so we will get an updated match count on that as soon as we can. But that was the final game of this Swiss section, which means it is now the moment I have been waiting on all week. We have a special announcement to make. So, we will talk about the uncommons quickly so that anyone who wanted to come see this announcement has a minute to get in, and immediately following the uncommons section, Manted Man will be making that special announcement. So, Manted Man, why don't you tell us about these uncommons?
Absolutely. So we talked a little bit about one of these uncommons that we were happy to see kind of coming back into the fold, that Led Astray. Is it's very strong, shuffling that minion, cost 4 or less strength back into the owner's deck. It can be used defensively against your opponent. It can be used to assist what you're trying to accomplish. Very strong card. The one that's most interesting, though, is White Kadeho. Now, I'm not surprised to see White Kadeho in the most popular uncommons. It's time and time again. It's a very strong card, but we're missing that twin brother, Black Kadeho. Do you remember how many Black Kadehos are being played this week?
2.
So 10 White Kadehos, 2 Black Kadehos, and we had a long conversation yesterday when we got all these stats put together that it makes perfect sense actually when you think about it. White Kadeho does not need anything else outside of just more minions to be very functional and very good. Black Kadeho, though, needs those White Kadehos to really come into the full fold. So if we're ever going to see only one, it will almost always be White Kadeho more popular than
Absolutely. And
so.
I think this uncommons list is kind of what I expected with how many token decks we've seen this week. So nothing too shocking given the pool that people have been signing up with.
Absolutely. Yep. All of our players this week paying very close attention the last couple of weeks and saying, hey, I'm going to need to be able to fight against this, or I'm just going to have to go with it. And that is reflected not only in the commons that we saw after the end of the first round, but in these uncommons as well.
Now, with all of that said and out of the way,
yep,
Manted Man, what is the announcement that we have been waiting so anxiously to talk about all week?
The announcement that we have been waiting so long to talk about is that Mythgard and the Rhino devs are working very hard to just make the game better. That's really all it is to it. I know it sounds a little lackluster. I'm just kidding. I would never do that to you. No, next week, MWO 11, we have been working very hard. We want to bring you a strong community tournament every week. If you pay attention in the Mythgard Weekly Open chat, every decision that we make is for the betterment of the community tournament scene, is for the betterment of the community as a whole, especially as we're in this closed alpha. That has not gone unnoticed from Rhino. They have done something that we could not have even imagined, let alone would we dare ask for. But in this spoiler season, the Mythgard Weekly Open next week will be having a live discussion about a never-before-seen purple card. And it is almost assuredly, we have been told that they're going to do everything they can to not only have the card with the text, but it will have the art as well. There's not a promise that that's going to be the case, but it may be the first full purple card spoiler of this spoiler season. And Noah has just been shaking with excitement for the last
giddy.
5 days. It is going to be amazing. So not only is the Mythgard Weekly Open spoiling a purple card next week, but if you are a player, if you are watching, if you are in this Twitch chat, we will be just doing everything we can to discuss with you. We're going to take a little bit of that extended break. We're going to talk about things. We're going to ask what your thoughts are. Noah and I are going to argue about the power level of the card, what it complements, what it shuts down. We don't even know what it is right now. We're going to wait as long as we can to look at it. I am so hype on this card. I can't wait. Purple has been so good. Everything that we have seen from the art in some of the art pieces to the proxied purple cards that we have seen the effects for in these stealth mechanics and things like that. Ooh, you can hear it in my voice. Very excited. So we want you to join us next week as a player, as a viewer, as a fan of Mythgard. If you want to talk about it live with us in the chat, we cannot wait to be there.
And with all of that said, again, one last huge thank you to Dev Team. It is so cool that we get this chance. And with that, we will be stepping away just 1, maybe 2 minutes. So we will be back with the next Swiss matches soon.
So I am back. I'm the Manted Man this week, sitting alongside Noah. He may still be away, but that is just fine. That gives me a chance to talk unfettered about these 5 spoilers that we had in the past week. My favorite is absolutely that dummy, that stealth mechanic hides what you have, and having the ability to just throw out a nearly useless target is going to be fantastic on the ladder. We're going to be going and talking, or excuse me, we're going to be going and watching EliBaeChan on this Desert Scroll deck. Very cool deck. Again, it's got the orange, the Parsa that we've seen so much of. A lot of desert and oil fields, things like that. And supported by just a few blue cards. Don't let the numbers fool you because they are spectacularly powerful. Root of the World, Singing Stone, which we have seen put to great use, Earth Slide, Tailroot Worm, and everyone's favorite Viking Lord, Magnus Thorson. At 15,600 essence, it is well within reach of just a little bit of grinding, and we're seeing 2 new, a power and a path, in EliBaeChan's deck. Rainbow's End, a fantastic path that we do not see nearly enough of, in my opinion, but very beautiful, and that +7 starting life is always good. Reanimate, creating those Cobblejacks. We saw a lot of really strong use of Cobblejack last week, and I cannot wait to see what EliBaeChan is able to do with that. On the other side, I may be a little bit biased being a member of Team Rankstar myself, but Denwop, bring them all. Playing this fantastic token deck, dropping in that Armageddon Angel to make sure that the opponent's board is kept clean if it gets a little too out of hand. Oh, Llama Ring, we know what that does. Black Kadeho, just pinging out that damage. And then, of course, Dark Passenger. It turns even the most minor of 1/1s into a deadly threat that can take down just about anything. So we will get into this action as quickly as we can. This is going to be a very interesting match. That Journey of Souls is going to recycle Denwop's minions, infuse, obviously making them just a little bit stronger. It'll be a back and forth. I think this actually will be a relatively quick when it comes down to it. There's a lot of damage on Denwop's side of the field. There's a lot of problems for tokens in EliBaeChan's use of that desert mechanic. Every time there's an attack, which Denwop will be doing a lot of, there's going to be damage filtering right back. So it is going to be fantastic. Going to see if we can get everybody started up, and we'll be back in with the third round of Mythgard Weekly Open Week 10.
And speaking of back in, I am now back. Had a bit of a technical difficulty, but I have made it back. So, thank you for stepping in and doing double the talking.
I mean, you know me. I got this big mouth to go along with this big body, so I am all right with that. I talked a little bit about a bunch of the pieces of these decks. I don't even know if you heard what I said. Maybe it would be good if you didn't, but how do you see this playing out, looking at these decks side by side?
Well, I'm seeing it play out. I'm seeing a Maze of Iatiku. So hopefully we'll get that switched and get folks into game in just a moment so that you too can see how it's playing out.
I was so focused on these deck lists. You're right, that Maze of Iatiku down already generated some card draw, and Clay Effigy coming down for Den as well. Creating that statue, an interesting play early. I normally try and hold on to the statue for when it will impact and be relevant. Den, I think, though, a veteran of multiple card games, probably a little more heads up on me. And these card backs reflecting the fight back and forth almost nearly opposite of one another. The offset of blue against purple, green on white, very cool.
Yeah, definitely. And we have a bit of a technical difficulty as the account that we use to watch these games on the Twitch feed is done by spectating on a special MWO account. And with both Eli and Denwop being new to the MWO scene this week, we actually didn't think to add them ahead of time. So at the moment, we will be adding them and then getting into game. So we'll kind of be explaining the play-by-play without so much as the visual aid.
This week, coming to you live from Washington in the Pacific Northwest, is Mythgard Radio. Thank you for joining us. Now, all of that is just fine. We're essentially just ramping up. There is some build here. You will see on the screen when it comes in, I think you'll see that a Parser Regular on Den's side of the board is buffed up to attack a 4, 1 hit point, and has taken out an opposing Parser Regular that was not able to stand against the buff. And Den is able to drop a second Maze of Iatiku on that far right position that you like so much.
It's the ideal place to play Maze of Iatiku. That is the only lane it should go in 9 times out of 10.
So, Ellie with a little bit of
we do have you in game now. We apologize again about the delay.
Ooh, we do see that Armageddon Angel burned, so Den does know that there is a little bit of a reprieve from that, potentially. A spreading of the desert and an Asoma Oasis popping up in the middle of that arid wasteland. And I do love the desert mechanic of taking up those places, and there is a few of these different enchantments that can be placed on top of the desert. You have oil fields, the Soma Oasis. They have to say specifically that they can replace a desert enchantment, and Soma Oasis sticking to its thematic ability of being an oasis, springing up out of the lifeless nothingness of the ever-expanding deserts of Parsa. So we're in the middle of turn 5, moving into turn 6, and we barely have any information on the hands. It's not something that we're terribly used to in the MWO, so we can't talk about future plays and potential. We do see that Insurgent come to the hand.
Especially with Denwat being on this token deck, it often plays effectively open-handed.
Yes. Well,
But we
both
do
of
see
them
the
really.
second Sandscape.
One of the mechanics of Parsa is that there's a lot of information revealed because it's so quick. It doesn't really care that that's the case. But EliBaeChan, every card played, not really showing a lot of information. And ooh, a nice brainstorm to fill back up just as the hand was starting to get a little lighter. And yeah, that desert is spread almost completely across Ellie's side of the field. And Den going to have to think very hard about every single attack because of that.
Now, with 6 enchantments down, if we see a slide come out, it's gonna flood this field. And that's what's cool about this list, is it can go just as wide as the token deck does.
And a little bit of decision making being done. White Kadeho, always a great decision. And the moment that it comes down, you'll see time and time again that Zergian hideout, when they get their reinforcements, those insurgents coming in to back that up, it is an ever-flowing tide of minions that will be on the board.
So how do you think you deal with this Kadeho? Like, this almost just has to be multiple attacks. You just have to chip away at it.
Yep, I think that's really what you have to do. If you're in EliBaeChan's, wow, that's definitely a decent way to do that work. Creating a bunch of earth slide elementals. That's going to be a wave of damage.
Oh god.
Good
it
night.
begins. I like that they change based on the stats. Like,
Yeah,
the elementals themselves change.
Yeah, I like that as well. I think there's 4 different arts that you can actually get.
Something like that.
If we have a dev in the channel or somebody who has played a lot more with Earthslide than I have and can remember, please let us know. We do see something that we just talked about in the uncommon section before this round started. The unlikelihood of seeing the Kadehos paired up. Den has made liars out of us very quickly. Both Kadeho on the field and a hand full of insurgents and recruits that are going to be triggering.
I would guess it's Kadehos, but I could see Kadehai.
I mean, you're much closer to the name than I am from a nativity standpoint, so I don't want to guess because they are held in some regard. So, white Kadeho and black Kadeho, I will draw it out and say that instead.
Oil field, man.
And the hits just keep on coming. A card that we talked about time and time again. Scion of Pride turning a little puppy into a lion and doing the job that needs to be done, getting rid of both of them.
I like this deck.
I like both of these decks. Den's is a little bit more on the newer side. A lot of cards that you get very quickly. Opened some fantastic cards for it as well. But yeah, EliBaeChan's deck, very technically demanding deck, but if put to the correct use, you already have seen in these first 7 or 8 turns what it can do.
And looking at the deck list images that we made up today, it looks like I own most of this deck now. I might spend some time playing this week. This looks cool. I love the decks with lots of moving pieces, and with all 7 lanes enchanted, that's what this feels like.
Yeah. And it's fun seeing them broken up as well. You know, we have what would have been a full desert, but Soma Oasis was played. We have obviously also the Zergian hideout that replaced a desert, and then this oil field which has gone down. So
But they
We
all
have
do
it.
still maintain that same base type, so that's cool to see.
It's
like
awesome.
expansions on them less than it is its own individual. You know, it's neat to see that.
Yeah, it's almost got an RTS feel to it. You're upgrading quote unquote buildings, even though they're enchantments. But yeah, it has that kind of evolution. Oh,
That's a
man.
big boy.
Followed by a second one that is no slouch either. Jeez. So a
This is a lot of
tailroot
big
worm.
boys.
Tailroot worm comes down, followed quickly by a dune courser, and we've got we went from a like kind of Parsa, elemental deck to this just dragon deck. And if any of you are familiar with some of these other games, dragons are never anything that you want to see on your opponent's side of the field.
This looks like a deck that can hang with tokens and going wide, but also goes above them, and it's cool to see. That being said, Denwop has gained so much. Almost 50 life now. This is nuts.
So Den showing us that skill in other card games comes through very well. 50 life, significant board state, even in the face of an overwhelming 5 attack elemental, 2 dragons, and doing everything they can to stay relevant here. And it's not going poorly for them. They're in an interesting position. They'll have to make some big plays, but we know the cards that are in this deck, and Armageddon Angel could come down at any point and just turn this around quickly.
And Denwop does not have a good way to deal with a wide field. Like, we have the one angel on the top end, and outside of that, Denwop's deck doesn't deal well with decks that can go equally as wide, but also go so tall. It's gonna be...
Was that a combination joke between both of our statures?
Take it as you must.
No, I applaud Denwop for coming in again. Two weeks in essentially to Mythgard, coming in, playing a deck, knowing full well that there were some veterans that were going to be here, and still just stepping up to the plate. EliBaeChan in the same boat, I think. First MWO from what I understand.
Same with Bosta.
Yeah.
Bosta wanted to play last week, just missed signups, signed up day one, signed up 7 days ago to play today, and has put on a good showing as well.
A significant showing for sure. Something that can be used again as an example. Show your friends round 2 of the MWO week 10. And we do see from EliBaeChan's side of the field those Cobblejacks starting to show up.
Second singings.
Ooh. 2 singing stones, and that is a big, very pissed off Marticore. And that 50 hit point total for Den.
Denwop's deck is going to begin gassing itself. As odd as that is to say about the token deck, Denwop's just not going to have the stats to contest this field.
Yeah, those 50 hit points coming in handy to try and delay what is happening here. But we've already seen a loss of 13 down to 37. Oh, you know what's funny? Den is Den playing with the Fen avatar. Love it.
I can't say I made that connection. But indeed.
I mean, it's not really much of a connect. Wow.
The Seal of Exile hit the hand. He got one in hand.
That is awesome.
Denwop hit one in hand. That's
so
huge.
No information there. It was a completely blind shot. And Seal of Exile doing some spectacular work. 2 for 1 at that cost is incredible, especially at this stage in the game.
Yeah, that was big. It would have cost less too because the oil field was occupied. Like this. Wow. And the Cobblejack coming down.
Yep, there are now 2 of them. And that Dune Courser, even though it's only at 4, it was only at 2 when I started that sentence, it's going to regen because it is occupying a desert enchantment, because Zergian Hideout still counts as a desert.
Yep, it's so neat. I like the way they do that. And then like having the bonus if you put it on top of one, like it's cool.
Yeah, it is something to behold, and any of these minions that regain health or have a way to boost their health back up, they're very dangerous in this game, because that's a very rare ability, and at 6 maximum life, or 6 maximum health, that is huge. So we see Den dropping down this statue to try and stem a little bit of the flow of damage. Fully expect the Cobblejack to take care of that, and then 10 more damage to come through from the Insurgent and the Eager Recruit. But not before Den is able to play some more things as well. Parse Regulars coming down, bringing another Insurgent to the hand.
Yeah, Denwop looking to just go wide and make these blocks, which is like the best possible outcome at this point.
Yeah, that's the backbone of this token deck. You can go on a... Mythgard is one of the few games I think I've ever seen that allows a token deck to become defensive. You don't have to just go face with everything. You're so able to restock your hand so quickly that you can drop these chump blockers and try and stabilize.
Dune Cat coming down. Now that the Dune Cat is out of the bag, if you will, I'm still so excited about next week. That getting to make that announcement is going to be so cool.
Yeah, I cannot wait. You know, I'm happy that we're going to get a spoiler. I'm humbled that Rhino found us worthy enough to do this. But what I'm most excited about is having the live discussion with Twitch chat and getting so many people's opinions so quickly. We'll be able to read them off for the people who are listening. Maybe they're riding somewhere and they don't have the ability to type quick enough, but being able to be involved in that discussion is something that I very much enjoy. I love that community togetherness, even as EliBaeChan attempts to tear Denwop limb from limb here.
I think the toxic half of me that enjoys hanging out in Twitch chat is hoping we just get emote spam the moment we show it. I would love to just see some Kappas and some Omegalols in chat the whole time.
Yep. Kappas, Omegalols, no resident sleepers, because it's going to be fantastic. All of these spoilers from a mechanical standpoint have been great. The art has been incredible, and we're hoping to get a combination of both of those.
Yeah, this was huge. Just Denwop's able to play those tokens out, but just continue bleeding damage because that deck just goes so wide. It goes as wide as tokens. It's so cool.
Yep, dragons and gods, when they're moving that quickly, that is an overwhelming position to be in. So congratulations to EliBaeChan taking game 1 in a decidedly aggressive fashion, and that'll move us into game 2 here in just a minute as these players take a breath, maybe recalculate some strategies on Den's side of the field, and we'll see how the second game plays out. Do we have any updates from other games? I know that one was quick, just like I kind of anticipated, but...
I'll take a look. Let's see. Swellzong is up 1-0 on Decadent, and that's all that's gone into Battlefy.
And Den and EliBaeChan have initiated the second fight, and Ellie will be kicking us off.
Yeah, it looks like Bosta Tenchu is still in game 1. Let's see, Jock and Envesy. What's that one? Jock and Envesy also still in game 1.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, most people still in game 1. This is kind of a quick game 1 in this match.
As was to be expected, we saw a quick burn of an Armageddon Angel to get that Eager Recruit out. Denwop nearly identical on the play, and we have essentially reset the board for both sides.
I actually like this a lot. Typically, the token deck likes to open Maze of Iatiku. Going second, though, if the opponent puts a minion out, you want to contest it like this so that you get that minion back as opposed to getting the maze back. because you do have 2 souls at the beginning. And then once you've done that, it opens up this play on 2 instead, because you didn't make yellow on 1 to play the maze. So going second, the opening in this deck actually changes depending on if the opponent plays a minion. If they don't, you still ideally play the maze. But if they do, you can test it and then get the path off.
100% agree. We did see Den using a card that we don't see a ton of, but that I'm relatively high on. Zergian Recruiter did connect with a minion. We don't know what that minion was, but it is now in Denwop's hand and has gained the Rebel tag as well.
Yeah, I don't think we see this outside of the token deck, and it wasn't until just a couple weeks ago that we began seeing it in the token list. And it's picked up a little bit as the weeks have gone on within these token lists. I haven't seen it pop up anyplace else just yet, but it's so good in these token decks.
So we see that it was indeed an eager recruit. It has that Rebel tag. So it generated the Zergian Recruiter, grabbed the eager recruit, very eager to get into that. And that is something, I'm still just in awe of the design philosophy here. Normally token decks empty out the hand, but this one just keeps recurring it so quickly with all these other minions that generate more minions.
I usually shuffle back what I get off of that, unless it's like huge impact. I usually shuffle it back so that anyone paying attention to the type doesn't see it come down yet. Like it's gonna take a while, and then if you get a second one off, you play one and they don't know if it's what you just got, and you could still be holding something.
Oh, big brain, 200 IQ plays
shuffle that
from
back
Noah.
if possible.
Denwop, on the other hand, taking a very direct approach to trying to kill EliBaeChan. That Olama ring coming down, and it is uncontested right now. That's a big, mean, immortal Marticore. Time and time again, we see those Marticores come in and do real work.
Yeah, definitely.
Answered by a parry at the gates. Definitely a good answer and fantastic placement from the newcomer, Denwop.
I spent a lot of time talking with Denwop about minion placement in this deck this week. I queued into him once, and he played a Maze of Iatiku, and I had talked to him about playing Maze on the outside lanes. We had that discussion. But I didn't mention which outside lane it was ideal in. And then while playing against Denwop, the Maze went to the left lane. And so following the conclusion of that game, I was on tokens myself at the time. I explained why you want the Maze to come down on 1 and go to an outside lane, but why you don't want it on the left-hand side. And then I queued into Denwop again that same night and saw the opening of Maze and actually putting it on the good side of the field. So it was cool to see that info soaked up and then show up again in the next time we play.
And if you ever see Noah online in Mythgard, obviously he can't stop you from watching, but he encourages, and I know I'm speaking for him, but I think he's going to agree. He encourages people reaching out and asking questions in the Mythgard Weekly Open general chat, in the Mythgard official Discord as well. Loves sharing the knowledge. Actually has some really great articles out on TeamRankstar.com. If you click that Mythgard section, you'll see it populated almost exclusively by big brain articles from Noah, including one on minion placement and the first few turns of a Mythgard game and what they should look like in the most ideal scenarios.
Yeah, I enjoy putting out pieces like that. One of the big things to me with some of the physical games that I play is getting into judging, and that's not so much a thing in the digital space. But being able to take that knowledge and then pass it on to someone else is something I've always liked to do.
One of the few compliments I will pay, you have an absolute knack for putting things in terms that people can understand. So it is a great service to the community. And I'm going to ask a question here that's going to make me look a little out of touch. But is that Discord 4000 code still live right now?
Yes, it is. It is still live. You can still use it in game to get some packs. So if you have not done so, do so.
And if
also keep an eye on the weekly contests that happen.
Yep. Always fun, especially if you enjoy the art as much as I do. Those weekly contests tend to focus a lot around that. And I think we had confirmed that if you hold your packs, if you have a collection that you're comfortable with, if you hold your packs until the purple update, you'll be able to get purple cards in your packs, even if you got the packs before that update.
Which means playing in the MWO, because still to this day, we have not had anybody sign up that didn't get at least one pack. So playing in the MWO, especially if you like come in and win it, that's 25 packs. And you can hold those and then use them when the new stuff comes out and actually be able to pull it in those packs. So definitely a good way to stockpile packs is to play in the MWO and use the codes that we get in the weekly challenges and save those up. If you've got a good collection now, save them up.
Yeah, we see the economy for players in this game gaining packs is already very generous, but the devs have been just on the ball at making sure as many interactions are seen. They're just handing these packs out right now. All you have to do is pay attention, participate in some events, and just learn a little bit, and you literally can fill your collection. I think it took me 40 days of very casual play, and I have like 98% of a full collection right now.
I don't know about that decision not to attack with the lion.
I agree. That's
actually
dangerous.
Don't know about that as well. The issue is the attack that just happened should have happened with the lion swinging into the token instead, because what Den could have done is infused the minion that's still up, made the attack, and then kept the minion that has the highest of the two base stats. And so I don't know why Ellie didn't make the attack. And then I don't know why Dinwop didn't infuse and make the attack the opposite of the way it was just done. Now, if Dinwop needs all of that mana, then yeah, that makes sense. But I think potentially both of them may have just taken suboptimal lines.
And that is wont to happen, especially with two newer players to this scene. I'm not saying they're newer players to tournament scenes or card games, but again, this is both of their first showings in the MWO. And what's interesting to note, we saw so quickly in round one, EliBaeChan was able to fill the board with all these desert enchantments and desert augmenting enchantments. We only have one down right now.
Yeah, this is kind of a slow hand. I think this deck kind of lives and dies on how fast it sees Sandscape. Because now if you top deck a slide, it's basically dead in hand.
Yeah, nearly useless.
So I think this deck needs to see its Sandscapes to be successful.
That card, on the other hand, not dead. Yeah. Whew. That's a big hit. That is a 10-2 Immortal Armageddon Angel that has reset the field. But Den, even with just the 4 cards showing, is going to be able to repopulate very quickly.
And we'll look to get you an update on the matches going on. Swellzong has defeated Decadent 2-0. Envesy is up 1-0 on Jock. That is a big angel that has just shifted.
Yeah.
And like the fact that Den's got double Alama as well.
And look at that incredible hit point, just decimation there. We do see the Sandscape finally coming down, followed by an Earth slide. Yep. So yet again, that what is that? Commentator's curse by proxy. Noah saying words, and they are coming to pass. But is that going to be enough with only 3 life remaining and Den continuing to steal? It is absolutely not. What a great play. Well done. So we are 1-1 right now going into the third game.
1-1.
And how much time do we have left in the round, Noah?
I'm checking that now, actually. Let's take a look. So we got them going at 1:18. So we have 15 minutes. Each of those games went in about 15 minutes. So we will, in all likelihood, even if this happens to end in time, it will not end on lifetime. Unless this next game takes the same amount of time as the last two combined.
Which doesn't seem likely considering how much we know about their decks now.
Yeah, I think this matchup is decided on how quickly EliBaeChan sees Sandscape.
Yep, and Ellie burns, starting off almost identical to the last game, burning
Yeah,
up that Armageddon Angel and getting the Eager Recruit.
Do we see Den make the same play as well, choosing to bypass the maze on one? No, is it going to be the... Okay. It could have been that Den just didn't open at game 2, but typically going second, if the opponent plays a minion out, you don't want to play the maze on 1.
I have a feeling we're going to see a very aggressive hand because Den chose to burn up that Alama ring, which is not something you normally see. When you have that, you're usually pretty happy. So I expect to see a bunch of minions hit the field over the course of the next couple turns here. Den drawing up even more. This is the weak
point of Den's deck, is mana inefficiency on 2. If you play the maze on 1, you often end up... Yeah, this happens, and then if you don't have a second maze to play, you pass with mana open, because you only have 1 gem, so you can't play the token as well. And one of the weak points of the token deck is that inefficiency of mana.
And that is a theme that you see across multiple games. Anybody who's familiar with trading card or collectible card games knows that that is just a feature of the deck, is that it runs the risk of being very inefficient if it doesn't have what it needs. Oh my gosh, I'm being attacked by a dog.
Yeah, you all good?
Yes, my house has been evacuated. My wife has taken our children for like play dates and stuff. The dog got bored downstairs, and I did not have the door closed. That was my fault. I apologize to the stream. I am alive.
Yeah, F's in the chat. So... Oh, okay, I was gonna say, Denmark doesn't have a good way to deal with this because you can't infuse past it, but that'll do.
Yeah, that will do. So I am a man of like stream of consciousness thought. So since I brought up my dog, she is quite old, and while we have lived a fantastic life together, the advent of To Heaven and Back hits home for me because it is only a matter of time before that card becomes even more relevant. So I like that art a lot, and I anticipate that it will be a good reminder as I play this game of the relationship that I've had with this animal, who is now very focused on the game. She's sitting right in front of the screen, interested to see what Den is doing. I think it's the colors that are showing off and keeping her very interested. So I think she's rooting for Den strictly on the avatar alone.
Now you need to go get an axolotl and even it out.
My son wants an axolotl, very much so. Saw them
Didn't
at a
he
museum.
Just get guinea pigs not too long ago?
Yes, he is a fiend for small creatures. Guinea pigs, wants an axolotl, wants some lizards and a snake. Every other day there's a new animal that he tells me that he would really like to have.
We caught a little gecko-looking thing one time when I was a kid, and attempted to name it Salami, but the kid doing the naming couldn't say salami and said Samoli. So we ended up with a little gecko named Samoli. We caught him, kept him in a box all day, and then let him go at night.
Ooh, an interesting choice. I think that's an early Seal of Exile in my playbook, but Marticore is a strong target for Seal. So
definitely.
I'm probably okay with that. But Ellie is going to answer immediately with this parry at the gates. And that card draw is going to be pivotal for...
It's actually nice seeing that come down following the Seal, because what we saw in game 2 was Seal actually did snipe something out of hand, which is huge. And so the Seal coming out and then stocking back up means that if you top deck into a copy of itself. Like, if you divination and see it and choose to take it, it's most likely safe and not getting sealed again.
Yeah, that is a great breakdown. Yet again, earning your name that I gave you this morning of the Titan of tech plays. Paying attention to those little details is something that I very much appreciate from you. We do see Den now setting up pieces to this token combination. Olama Ring coming back. I don't know if that was the same one that was burned. I didn't get a chance to see if the gem was burned up or not, but in a great position. EliBaeChan I say only, with Root of the World down, having access to a fantastic ability as long as it stays occupied.
And that's one cool thing about this token engine within this deck, is it gives you something good to place on that enchantment and give up and not lose tempo.
Yeah, Root of the World is a card that we talked about 3 weeks ago. We talked about its usefulness. I was not big on the card at first, and you explained that exact line to me. All of these cards that generate more minions to the hand, giving you essentially no drawback for sacrificing and redrawing. It is very strong, way better than I would have expected.
Testing on a list that involved placing it next to a den and then moving the snakes to it and shuffling them out. And that was cool too, but it ended up not being quite as good as I hoped it would.
Absolutely. So I
was even using the twins. So you like play a twin on it, the awaken happens, you make a twin in hand, and then shuffle the one you played back into the deck. So you can keep cycling the twins, and in doing so, you also get to playing twin.
That is incredible.
It was cool, like the one time it went off. It was less cool the like 9 times it didn't.
So we saw from Den the play and hit from Zergian Recruiter, absolutely getting a minion from the top of Den's deck. The response from EliBaeChan, though, is a heavy one. Replace that desert with an oil field, not replaced, excuse me, augmented that desert with an oil field, and then dropping that Dune Courser on top again. And looking at even these minions buffed by Olama Ring, that Courser's going to be a trouble spot for Den to get over. The only saving grace is that there's no other deserts on the field right now. Another slow sandscape game for EliBaeChan.
Yeah, I was going to say, and again, we kind of see what we saw in game 2, with Denwop able to take an advantageous position in this game simply because EliBaeChan isn't playing Sandscapes. And having Sandscape is huge in this matchup also because when a token attacks a Sandscape lane, you lose 1 health on that Olama. So you actually, even while on the back foot, get a chance to chip away at the Olama if you have Sandscape. And without it, I don't see how this deck wins this match. Because you also don't have the chance to slide and go wide like the token deck does. And it makes top deck Singing Stones less useful. I think this deck lives and dies on Sandscape, and not seeing it by now puts Den in a huge advantageous position in this game.
Yeah, being able to sacrifice those 2 eager recruits to get rid of the Dune Courser, playing out that White Kadeho, but EliBaeChan answering with a very strong Tailroot Worm on top of that oil field. And we have not seen any Calabox created this game because there has not been a ton of interaction. But EliBaeChan is ramping up now. We see a second, we see that 3rd enchantment coming down.
One moment.
That's absolutely.
What exactly did you mean by seeing Calabox? Am I missing?
Sorry, I didn't mean to say Calabox. I meant to say Cobblejack.
Thank you.
I was so confused.
I'm looking at both lists. I'm like, how is one of these making a Calabox? Wait a minute.
Cobblejack. It's close. You can give me that one, right?
I'm with you.
Yeah. So we do see the Zergian hideout come down. It was not able to be placed on a desert, but it is populated by that Parsa Regular, and we see the second Parsa Regular down right in front of that Kadeho. Den has to make the decision of, do I attack the Parsa Regular? I'm going to lose it almost. If I do that, I lose it to the Tailroot Worm because I don't have Impel.
Honestly, what I would do If I was
that!
Okay.
I would do
I was
that.
gonna say, not knowing Den had the seal, I would actually have just moved the Cadejo to the left.
Yep, I would have as well. It's kind of
You
where I
can
was
bleed
going
the
with that.
6, that's fine.
But, oh my
He gets to
gosh!
box it.
And now we almost assuredly see the move.
No, I don't think you move now. You don't have to.
I don't know if I mean, I would take, I don't know if I would take the damage dropping down to the 2. There's the Sandscape. Ooh, what a turn. That's a very technical turn as well, showing again Den's skill from other games coming in, being able to
Bosta
see
has
those
2
lines in that
Tenchu.
play. Oh, fantastic job, but that is no small feat. Tenchu is not, I mean, none of the players this week have been slouches by any means.
Yeah, even the folks new to the scene have put on.
Oh, did you see
amazing
that?
damage.
Moving
That's
the Tailroot
huge.
Worm over to the root of the world, shuffling it back into the deck, and then Earth sliding because
That's-
all of the spaces are open. Wow.
And we did see the Singing Stone too. I was just talking about the fact that Singing Stones in hand would be dead without the Sandscape, and then we see the Sandscape into the Singing Stone. So it looks like Ellie definitely had all the pieces, just needed to see a Singing Stone.
Wow. What a play. And we see 3 different arts right now for these Earth Slide Elementals, and then the board is completely full thanks to that last Insurgent that was generated from the Zergian hideout getting populated. Denwop, though, on a very strong 40 life total right now, and it will keep growing. We do see the Eager Recruit in hand, and Den could go from 4 cards in hand to 6 or 7 very quickly because of how fast these token decks generate value. There's a second Cadejo again, that black to complement the white.
And we have about 5 minutes until time is called.
Gaining life, offsetting the desert backlash, stealing minions with temptation.
And the Olama means you get to steal this as a 5/5.
Yep.
And the cool thing about using Temptation on an Elemental is it just dies when you pass. It doesn't go back to hand.
So we see the Pride getting played on the black Cadejo, the white Cadejo getting just completely
Follow-up
removed,
slide.
and a second Earth slide.
This could be huge.
And then filtering that Elemental back into the deck, bringing out...
Jacking. And one cool thing about this deck is by doing this and pulling these minions out of the deck, it actually ups the likelihood that you top deck non-minions because you keep pulling them out, which is a good way to help you see those Sandscapes.
That is the key right there, because Sandscape is pivotal to how this deck functions. Digging as far as you can, as fast as you can to get to it if it's not in your opening hand is huge. Dark Passenger on this Recruiter.
Which could have made that kill by itself. I like that usage though, because it wasn't going to do anything else in hand, and a top deck could. This is 10 damage, 11 damage.
11 damage because of Olama Ring.
Yeah. Well, the Infuse put it up to 11.
Oh, yeah, you're right. And EliBaeChan can only respond with 2 right back, but
So that is-
offset by all that gain.
2 Temptation we've seen. We've seen one seal. We've seen both Seal of Exile. So Denwop may not have a way to get that opposing minion out of the way and end the game with the Lion, because we've seen both Seals and both Temptations at this point. Have we seen the Angel yet though? Out of
Not
Denwop?
from Denwop's side of the field. We have
So
not.
Denwop can still top Angel, blow the field out, and swing with the Lion. Well, no, you wouldn't be able to swing with the Lion, but yeah, Denwop could still blow out with Angel.
And
And would be able
EliBaeChan,
to follow it with a Maze of Ietiku to continue to dig and find a way to finish this game.
yep. EliBaeChan repopulating their side of the board. 2 dragons again, the Cobblejack, and the remaining Earthslide Elementals. we've got an interesting position right now.
Definitely.
I don't know which way I lean this. I wish I could see what was in Den's hand. I wish I could see what's in EliBaeChan's hand. But at two hit points, Denwop makes a decision to use the Lion, take the risk to get rid of that Dune Courser.
And we'll be going into time in like 10 seconds.
I think we'll see the destruction of an Alama Ring on EliBaeChan's turn.
And we have now gone into time.
So time again, 15 minutes, which should be more than enough time to resolve the rest of this match. And chipping that damage in against Den, bringing them back down to where they started, 30 hit points. And a parry on an oil field. This is going to set up for Ellie to be able to do some real work.
Singing Stone coming back down, giving this deck an Alama of its own will not be... I mean, it's effectively what it is. It's going on to 6 of the 7 minions, so not technically an Alama, but, like, huge. Do we see the Angel now? If Denwop's got it.
You've said it now twice, so I'm surprised it hasn't already hit the field, actually. Den, I think, would have snap played it, so there's some calculations and a line.
Oh, yeah. If you have it, you
in.
slam it.
Yeah. Because that tail root worm is dreadful to see. So while we watch this play out, remember that they are playing, both of these players and all of our players today are playing for a share of 100 packs of prize support today. If you want to get your hands on some of that, either complement your collection or save up to get purple cards when they come out, you can sign up for Mythgard Weekly Open's Week 11, the spoiler episode. Next week, those signups are live now in the Mythgard Weekly Open Discord. You can type in the commands in the Twitch chat live. ! Sign up will get you locked into your position. You do not have to decide on a deck today, tomorrow, or anything until later in the week. It is going to be a blast. We're going to continue to see some incredible action here this week as we close out.
This is nonsense.
I love it. EliBaeChan just absolutely abusing the effects on Root of the World here to get everything they need.
Well, and getting to do so because the oil field makes the 1-cost minions cost nothing is just... And no Angel top deck by Denwop.
Yep, the curse has been lifted. Denwop sacrificing themselves here. And EliBaeChan locking down this series 2-1. What a showing from both players, though. Fantastic. High speed, intense action, dragons and Zergian armada back and forth. That was very fun. And we're going to look for updates, check on the rest of our players in this round as we have gone into those time rules. I see Ace Martinez is still in a game.
Yeah, so I believe Bosta 2-0 Tenchu, but that hasn't been put into battle fight yet.
We're going to go in and watch the tail end, these last few minutes with Ace Martinez and Argos. Wow, what a disparity.
Check those actually and see.
That is not the art I recognize.
Ace 1 game 1.
Oh, that is the augmented Forge Elemental art.
No. It's 1-1.
I don't think I've ever seen that split Forge Elemental with the fire sprite kind of coming out of the body. That's really cool. And we see a card over here on the other side on Argos's field. A card that we don't see a ton of, but that Noah has spoken of very highly. in multiple chats. Zolia the Unclean, we talked about a little bit last week. Just the ability to drop Blight anywhere you see fit and gaining energy in doing so.
This is 1-1. And what a game it is.
Look at that suite of artifacts on Ace Martinez's side. Orbital Jamming Satellite,
Singing
Singing
is
Stone,
so cool to watch go off.
Olama Ring, and Dropner Band. Whew. And Ace Martinez's path as well, that Fires of Creation, which is where
Ace
that
loves
Forge
this
Elemental
path.
came from, for good reason. It is a spectacular path. It takes a little bit more tech thought, in my opinion at least, to execute correctly with it, but Ace has, I'd be willing to say Ace has perfected the use of Fires of Creation. We've seen it a few times from them.
Yeah, this is something Ace does week in and week out, and he also spends a lot of time playing it live on. So you can see as the week goes on, Ace constantly testing changes to this deck. And it's been so fun watching it.
Ooh, I love that. I love that Orbital Jamming Satellite shot. That graphic is so cool coming in. Suppressing a minion. So Zolia no longer able to really do anything outside of drop little bits of damage, but we see this gigantic Avenging Alpha in its shifted form hitting the field. The Avenging Alpha is stunned up by Mezzo Libre, takes a pot shot from one of the Cobblejacks generated from Ace Martinez's power, Reanimate, which we talked about at length last week, and I'm glad to see it in even more decks this week.
Yeah, definitely. And apologies on the bit of silence I had. I'm dealing with a bit of a toothache today, and I'm attempting to cast while also using Andosol. It's been fun. So I've had my mouth numb most of this time attempting to talk.
I can't hold back anymore. I wish you would just numb your brain as well. Oh god, I'm glad I was able to say that. Arcos, 52 hit points and a substantial side of the board now that Volkov Heavy has hit the field. I'm not giving Noah a chance to fight back on what I have said here. Ace Martinez at 11 life remaining, but that's a very large Mezzo Libre and has plenty of ammunition still in the Boneyard to generate more Cobblejacks if they see fit.
So Ace's deck isn't as dependent on Sandscape as what we just saw with Ellie's deck. Like, it's nice to have, and it definitely helps fuel a lot of these plays. But I don't think this deck lives and dies on Sandscape quite as heavily.
Well, I think what it's going to live and die on here is the time constraint.
Yeah, it's 52 life in time.
Yeah, Ace Martinez has the ability to turn this game into a win if there is enough time remaining. The problem is we're getting very close to cutting him off and saying, look at life totals, and Argos has an absolute crushing lead if we're only looking at life.
We've got 7 minutes left.
Do see another Cobblejack come down. The desert landscape almost nearly complete, and a maze of Iatiku springing up from the arid wastelands to draw Ace some answers here to try and close this out. Oh, Ace Martinez dropping the oops. I don't know what that is in reference to. I obviously missed something that they did not.
I think it was the season change. Healing.
Ah.
Because, like, now you can infuse the Avenging Alpha, take the statue, and make the miss, so then make the attack back.
Oh yeah, 2 for 1 instead of just a flat 1 for 1 because of the change of seasons. That almost assuredly is what Ace Martinez is oopsing about. So I recognize Ace's avatar as one of the hero twins. I recognize Argos's, but I can't remember the card that it is on there.
Is it Koshei the Deathless? Something like that? I think it's Koshei.
That sounds like you are correct.
You go double check that. Yes,
it is
that is
indeed
Koshei the Deathless.
Koshei, Koskai. I don't even know how I would say that. I think you're right, though. I think Koshei is the word. Led Astray comes back down right as I switch back over from looking at the cards. Now, here's something that I'm actually really happy to see. The community continues to be very strong when it comes to good sportsmanship. We don't see Argos a clear advantage if we go to time, but we do not see any slow play at all. So big hype, big ups, and much respect to Argos for continuing to play, knowing full well that if this match were to go to time, they have the advantage, but not wasting any time in playing that second gigantic Avenging Alpha.
Yeah, Avenging Alpha is so good. In a matchup like this, when the game is going to be full of minion combat.
Ooh, and another big minion coming down in the form of that short stag.
Getting back to Volkov heavy. So good.
Oh, so I have a weird bug right now visually. It's not coming through on stream because I'm not the one broadcasting, but short stag's antlers keep popping up in random places all over my screen. I have 3 of them right now, just in random locations. Yeah, so they're blinking and showing up like in the middle of the desert. I have one on top of Ace Martinez's deck, and then one just offset right above short stag's head.
Seal on the Zelia.
Mezzo Libre down in front of the short.
I actually don't like playing out my hand and then mazing. I like to maze while I have mana open, in case it changes the ideal play that I could have made. Like, potentially, if you maze into something that would out the anyway, you save the seal as just an example.
Yeah, I like that line of thought. Looking at the deck lists here, Argos is also in the best, I think, not the best place for gem layout. I think you want to be closer to 5 and 5 or even 6 green, 4 yellow. But it is still working out very well in their favor, as we're obviously seeing. The life total has only dropped 4 in the last couple of turns, while Ace Martinez has 2 of the 3 color gems. So 2 blue, 2 yellow, 2 orange.
I do want to note, I think this is ideal gem count, because if you go to 10 mana and you stag, you only have 1 double gemmed option that you wouldn't be able to play by having the 5th gem.
Fair.
And it's just a soft kill spell. As opposed to being in yellow, if you play Sapo, you can still follow it with something like a Mesa.
I like that line. I think short stag is strong enough that potentially you're not giving it enough credit, but
well, no, the issue is
yeah,
on the 10 mana, stag doesn't pull back any minions that you can't play by not having the 5th gem. So stag can still pull back within its own gem and play any of the minions it pulls back because of the fact that you cap at 10 mana in this deck. So if you pull back something like an Avenging Alpha, you can't cast it yet anyway.
Oh, I like that. Fair enough. I do concede that 6 and 4 is probably where they want to be. Wow, double Volkov heavy coming down.
Yeah, see, because like we got the stag off the Volkov heavy, and it would take the 5 gems, yeah, but the 5 gems don't actually count because it's above 10 mana to play both. So that's one of the neat things about kind of this dual cost system that we have.
Yep. And there is a lot of nuance, as you saw. There's a lot of thought that goes in. So find your friends and talk to them, whether it's a Noah or any of these fantastic players. Reach out and just ask questions, and you won't end up in the same position of being wrong that I was in there.
And this game is about to go to time.
Yep.
Ace giving the well played.
Yeah, with the hand in the current position that it's in, only a Parsa recruit, 2 Volkov heavies, and a short stag down. There's a lot of overrun on the field. And
Okay,
it
that's going to
indeed
end it anyway
resolve.
with
Yep.
12 seconds until time was called.
So, great showing from Ace Martinez, but not enough to stand up to the incredible onslaught presented by Argos. And that will wrap up the 3rd round of Swiss in Mythgard Weekly Open 10. I think we will have a little bit of stats to look at here before we take a short break, in the form of rares and mythics that are very popular this week. And it'll be interesting because there's a lot of very high cost decks coming in, that came in registration. We saw the Apples deck from Valthus, which is playing 10. We've seen a few other decks that are playing 7 and 8 mythic cards. And of course, rares are just running the gamut as well. So you'll see here the most popular rares this week. Thunderclap always making a strong showing. Born Again in at 12. That Parry at the Gates behind it also in 12. In the 10 slot is a card that's near and dear to one of our hearts. Bald Mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah. It never gets old, I know. Most popular mythics, though, a little different than what we've seen in the past. Short Stag coming in much stronger, but that Traitorous Murmur in the 6 slot, I love seeing that. Just switching the pace of the game is fantastic. And then we have
blown away seeing that show up on the mythic stats this week.
I never would have guessed it. If you'd given me 10 guesses at what they would have been. Traitorous Murmur, I enjoy, but never would have thought it would be this popular. We do also have the Armageddon Angel and the Scion of Pride in that 4 slot with Bragi. So, what a spread. Every color represented except for red this week in the rares and mythics combined.
Yeah, definitely. And we should make note that going into this last match of Swiss, we actually have potentially a lot of bubble matches, as we have 6 people on 2-1. So a lot can happen in this last set of Swiss games to settle top cut.
Yeah, we have a lot of newer players this week, 2 or 3. So 20-30% of the field is first or second week Mythgard Weekly Open players, but there is a lot of skill coming in with these players from different games. It's very evenly matched up, as Noah was just saying. A lot of bubble matches, so we'll see some tides shift here as we come out of our short break into the last round of Swiss before we go to that top cut.
And actually, quickly, I do want to note that the next match has been decided. The next match we show will be Envesy and Decadent. So instead of showing the spoiled images, we will actually leave both of those deck lists up side by side as we step away, and we'll be back in a couple minutes. You can take a look at the lists, and I'll be talking about them in Twitch chat a bit, but we will actually be cutting that segment and jumping into that match as soon as we come back.
All right, so we are back. This is Brasiah once again, the man behind the desk, doing all the production stuff. We are going to get started with a fantastic match. I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to Mans and Man and Noah. They've been doing a fantastic job on the casting booth. And yeah, how about that announcement for next week's spoiler? We're all super excited here at the MWO.
We are, absolutely. Thank you for that lead in. The spoiler is huge news. If you want to follow all of our thoughts on spoilers and art that come out throughout the week, you can always follow the Mythgard Weekly Open on Twitter, as well as the three of us. Brasiah is at Brasiah. I am at Mantedman, and then Noah, also very easy to find, at TRS_Noah. You can get article updates, Mythgard Weekly Open updates, and our thoughts on spoilers and stuff as they are revealed. But remember, tune in next week as a player, as a viewer, or anything in between, and discuss that spoiler live during the Mythgard Weekly Open next week.
Indeed.
Two.
So as we take
go
a look
ahead.
at these two decks side by side quickly, and we'll be getting people into games now. If you had to pick one thing in Envesy's list that you feel like maybe we haven't seen enough of that you want to, what would it be?
Oh gosh, right on, right on the nose. I don't even know. There's so many really good cards here that we just have not seen. And Envesy, one of the top players, continually way high on the list. So I don't know. Answer your own question, because I'm at a loss just looking at the list. I still haven't even finished going through it yet.
So the big play that I think is going to kind of settle this is actually going to be the Stag in this matchup, because it gives you the late game inevitability against a token list. And being able to get back something like the cow to wipe multiple tokens again is going to be huge. Something else to keep in mind is Envesy has Gigantomachia, which is situationally good in this matchup. It is as dead gets unless Decadent sees his Alamas and plays them out. So Decadent can potentially go wide enough that they don't need to play the Alamas, and by not playing them, can actually leave a Gigantomachia dead in hand. A lot of small things come into play in this matchup.
Yeah, well, and Envesy as well, playing with that stock card back, but also one of the few players representing red gems in this week's MWO. So, a little bit more of a curveball as people have been coming out of these matchups with Parsa units, that orange and yellow, the little bit of splashes in blue, and of course green showing up very strong this week. But Envesy, one of the few players sporting the red.
Yeah, it's so odd to see how much it's fallen lately.
Yeah, well, I don't even think necessarily that it's indicative of power by any means, but the speed and capability.
So many meta shifts lately.
Yeah, but that reason right there is one of the reasons that Envesy is in red, is that that tech play, a Firesong Prodigy. It's a body and a spell that come in right behind it. Definitely something that you want to have in a lot of these matchups, especially with how many tokens are running now around. Ignition, a great way of getting rid of troublesome units or troublesome minions.
This list that Envesy's on is a little in my like we saw the 2/2 come down, you get the ignition, but what that does is it actually shuts off Baba Yaga's Den, it shuts off Leshy, and it shuts off Bella, because you cannot possibly have the gems to play them by having the 2 gems to play the 2/2 on 2. So a lot of situations like that come up. Like if you want to play a Gallows Boy on 2, you can't then feast on time because you don't have the gems available. So this deck, it's fine in the late game, but it can have some inefficient plays leading up to that because it is so gem heavy.
Yeah, this is a very technically strong deck. This will be one of the few decks that I do not recommend to newer players. You know, you put out a great article last week about budget lists and new player lists. A lot of them are very intuitive and kind of play themselves. This one is not. You need to be a very technically savvy player in the Mythgard space, not just TCGs and CCGs. There's a lot of Mythgard knowledge that goes into playing this deck correctly. I've struggled with it over the last 2 days after looking at the list for some time.
That was good.
Ooh, that Troika Sect. And then my client is a touch bugged. What is that exposed card in Decadent Hamster's hand right now?
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just blacked out on mine.
Yeah, it's blacked out on mine as well, so I don't know what it is. All right, I am not, so I can keep everybody up to date. We do see a partial field clear that Zergian Recruiter did connect with a card. This second one coming down looks like it misses. I did not see another card go to the hand.
Okay, and we'll switch off. I'll give a little bit of play-by-play, and you can back out and come.
Thank you.
The hot adaptation to technical difficulties. And we do see the attack go in. Envesy going down to 19 and then up to change. The Meso came down and stunned the Academy Analyst. And Envesy Bald Mountain back to deck. It would be the one time I'm on play-by-play. Bald Mountain.
Yeah, it absolutely is. So I have made it back in just in time to see the Magmatar come in and
Mad Cow disease infecting Decadence.
Yep. But taken out by that Mezzo Libre, that is a wrestler grabbing the bull by the horns if I have ever seen it.
Makes me think of that scene in Dodgeball when White Goodman's showing off his paintings.
That's a play on words that also actually happened. Oh man. Academy Analyst sticking around for a while. That's a dangerous card in and of itself, but Envesy, a very top tier player right now, having access to that divination and every turn is very, very bad for his opponent.
We should note we saw Decadent not put anything back and get up to 6 mana. Decadent knows this list tops out at 5. You don't have to go past 5 if you have two things, like these two concealed things in hand could both be things that Decadent wants to keep. So just choosing not to go to 6 mana to keep as many options available, since you can still play anything in the deck at this point.
And pressure.
You have 2 of each gem and you have 5 mana. Anything in the deck is castable.
Pressure early is key in beating Envesy, and we're seeing Decadent Hamster play to those outs, getting as much on the field as possible and pushing as much damage is absolutely where they want to be before Envesy gets to that 6-7 mana zone.
So you want to know the big head play?
What is the big head play if it is not this Leshy Green?
Oh, this completely changes it. Hang on. Okay. I was gonna say I was gonna say you make that attack and then impel and move, incentivizing giving up the Academy Analyst just to take something else off the field because the Lech is a 6/6 on the opposing side. But when you don't have the mana available and to play something else, then the option is just not open.
Yep. Leshy Green, very reminiscent of the classic children's story.
That would not have been the play. I would have punted because Decadence playing Infuse could have infused the 2/1 and not lost it to the Academy.
I was going to bring that back up as well in seeing how that all played out.
No, it's just me being fat.
Hey, I mean, I did the same thing a little bit earlier. Decadent Hamster, though, on point, paying attention very closely and locking in that Olama ring, which is going to pressure even more damage onto Envesy, who is sporting only 10 hit points now as we get into turn 7 and 8 here. Ooh, and there's one of our other friends' favorite cards, the Dashing Ringmaster.
So good. We've seen decks using it in conjunction with Impel and Soma Oasis this week. I don't know if we have anyone on that type of list today, but the combination of playing it down, giving the damage invincibility with Oasis, so it can attack immediately as well, and then impelling it to move it. So like you play it down, it becomes invincible. You can attack with it, impel it off to the side, play something else down. It also can attack immediately, and it is such a big play when it goes off.
Now here's a card as well. Here's a card that kind of crossed my mind, by the way, when you were asking about high impact cards in Envesy's list. Cyclopean Giant is not a card that you see a ton of, but if used appropriately, pairing up with Dashing Ringmaster, for instance, having that Focus 5 and essentially the ability to take out, I'd say 90% of minions that exist in the game right now, that is huge and put to great effect with that Rush plus the Focus 5.
Definitely.
It's awesome.
And one thing I'd like to see, and I'm hoping we do see it, is impelling the Cyclopean Giant and switching places with Academy. The point in that being, with Focused 5, Focused obviously only applies lane immediately opposite. So, as you make supplemental blocks, which would be putting minions to the edges of the lane that it can attack, so like putting it to the sides of the opposing lane, so you still make the block, but you can also block something else. You actually have one less lane total to do that with, it on the end. So it's not as easy to make supplemental blocks side and then move something in to make the block immediately opposite. So I'm hoping we see the impel and the swap, so it's not as easy to funnel blocking minions into the opposing lane.
Yeah, and normally we stay away from a lot of these like discussions of future plays because we are live. We don't want to coach these players. We feel very safe doing this with Envesy in the game right now that we're talking about, because there is a strong possibility that they think about all of this well before we say it. So I'm not too concerned with them taking input from us. We've seen time and time again huge plays from really both of these players. DecadentHamster in that same exact boat, a fantastic player, very heads up, and sees lines well before many other people.
Yeah, both with MWO wins.
Yes.
In consecutive weeks, actually. And Envesy is the only two-time 1v1 MWO champion.
We see that Troika set come back and immediately coming down again to get rid of that Olama ring.
But it should be noted, actually, oddly enough, while I did say that Envesy is the only two-time 1v1 champion, we do have two people who have won 2 MW. In Envesy winning the 1v1. And Decadent winning a 1v1 MWO, and also being on the winning team with Jock in the 2v2 MWO. So the only two people to win 2 MWOs at all happen to be playing in this match.
Happened to be playing, like we didn't choose this match for very specific reasons.
Well, no, I mean, they'd be playing anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they
We
bracketed
chose to
themselves
show it 'cause
well.
It's a bubble match between two MWO champions. But on top of that, it is the two-time MWO champion.
Yep, and one of my favorite combinations, by the way, right now, Academy Analyst, who you're rarely going to attack with, sitting on top of that bald mountain. There are so many effects that are in this combination of cards, and Envesy absolutely going to put it to good use, because DecadentHamster does not have an option of leaving that Cyclopean Giant up. And we see the Infuse coming down to raise that statue into an attackable, into an aggressive minion.
Now, this is a good play as well, because now Envesy's left with a choice. Do you give up the Academy Analyst to take the 2-1 now? Because if not, you have to deal with it being infused, and then the Academy Analyst dies anyway, and you don't get the minion out of it.
And Decadent Hamster, while you were explaining that, adding a little salt to the wound of that decision by putting that Maze of Iatiku down as well, saying, hey, look, I'm going to be drawing cards. You have a hard decision to make here.
I actually like attacking the maze.
I was just going to say the same thing. I think attacking the maze is the actual correct call. It forces Decadent to make a choice of sacrificing... Oh!
Good, good, good.
So the gasp there, by the
actually,
way, if you
not
missed
totally
that...
good. Okay, I was going to say, what I would have liked to see, and it could have been that this was just top decked, but if not, smacking the Academy Analyst into the 2-1, top decking off of it, and then having the ability to play a minion down that could have made an attack immediately, and then still making the same exchange on the left side. But this way you get to keep the Academy Analyst.
You do, and Envesy putting the use of all of the powers involved on these cards. The Divination we saw, and then returning that Wake the Bones into the hand as well from the Bald Mountain. Wake the Bones going to be very, very strong here coming up, hopefully. Currently a 0-cost reanimation. I'll be interested to see what the choices that Envesy makes. There are already a few solid choices in there in the form of Cyclopean Giant and Leshy Green.
Ooh, the temptation.
Ooh, the temptation indeed. Stealing that energy. So what do you, if just before anything else changes, what do you grab now between Magmatar, Cyclopean Giant, and Leshy Green?
Oh, man.
Like a snap decision would be Magmatar because it kills both of these units, or both of these minions on Decadent Hamster side of the field. But the long play would have you looking at something like Cyclopean Giant or Leshy Green as well. Leshy
Actually,
probably
I'm getting
not
back
a
the
great
Academy
choice.
Analyst.
Really?
You get back the Academy Analyst, it goes down on the Bald Mountain, you can get the back. Oh, but the Stag comes down too. You don't have to use it yet.
So the Magmatar is the call. Not enough mana to play it, but that's a big threat that Decadent Hamster knows is there and has to make minion placement accordingly.
See, I was thinking, when I was talking about getting the Academy Analyst to eventually get to... The point was to find the Stag. But having the Stag now anyway, you definitely get the cow and look to keep these tokens down.
That is something fun about not being able to see the hand.
Yeah, I was gonna Looney Tunes my way into the Stag, but if you have it, you have it.
Ooh, Universal Hulkin coming down. That's a big battle robot right there with a lot of text. And one of the great things about a lot of these powers when it comes to text is I don't think there's actually any gem requirements on powers, and Universal Hulkin has 3. You can gain Alpha Strike and or Overrun and +2 and or +2 health and armor 1. That Hulkin can get very big very quickly, and all of those are permanent buffs if my brain is working appropriately. Indeed. after 5 hours or 4 hours of some fantastic MWO action this week.
I also love the text on it. It's so funny.
I don't remember it off the top of my head, so I'm going to have to pull it up and look at it.
Yeah, check out Hulkin's text.
R&D was thoroughly unconvinced until I said the magic word, modular.
I love it.
Yeah, some fantastic commentary from our Twitch chat today. Envesy's skill shows through time and time again, sitting at the top of the ladder on a continual basis.
Yeah, I was actually excited when I saw Envesy begin signing up to play in the MWO. Like, Envesy didn't play in the initial few that we had a couple months ago, and I was hoping that eventually we'd get in competitive scene, because since I began playing this game, Envesy has been on, and continues to be on top with a game 1 win now.
Yeah, definitely a player to follow if you want to learn and see. Envesy puts out a bunch of games every week, and through the advent of this social tab where you can follow and see how those games have played and what decks have been played, a lot of information.
Games. In hindsight, you can watch them with open hand.
Yeah, there's a lot of information to be gained. It's like a streaming service built into the game itself. Again, just heads up development from the Rhino team, just answering everything that anybody has asked for across the last decade or so of digital card games.
And it looks like game 2 is going, wasting no time jumping back in.
Oh yeah, there is. I'm not going to call it bad blood because these two talk back and forth a lot in the main Discord channel. So it's not bad blood, but there is a rivalry for sure. I think one of the few that we have.
This is a bubble match between two champions. It is definitely hotly contested.
Yep. So there is a lot on the line here. There's 25 packs up for grabs for that first place position. 100 packs in total that have been so graciously given to the Mythgard Weekly Open week in and week out from Rhino. And if you're ever wanting to pay attention to some of this stuff that goes on in your games or in games that you're watching, that log at the top will show you that Envesy was burning Ichor Feast and DecadentHamster burns Parry at the Gates. There's that play-by-play. If you ever miss any of that action, you can see that. And one of everybody's favorite young boys on Envesy's side of the field, staring down that eager recruit on the opposite side.
Not a fan of playing Hideout on 2. Like, if you have it, do it, but it feels awful playing it and not immediately put it just feels so tempo negative. Play it and pass.
Envesy seeing 2 very early Ichor Feasts that both got burned. And in a kind of a switch, we see a lot of these Vedma units, these green, the Gallows Boy, and the Born Again coming down when we saw a lot of red to start the game last time from Envesy.
Yeah, and that kind of plays into what I was talking about with that gem dependence, is it can change those opening plays so much as to what gems you need win based on the hand that you have.
Every card that is being burned recently that DecadentHamster is watching are just huge threat cards. Those 2 Ichor Feasts, which can restabilize that 7-ring ritual that we just saw burned. Obviously, the open deck list format of the MWO, DecadentHamster knew those were there, but seeing them come around.
And that was an Ignition that was actually in hand. That Ignition is not... Like, it's good against the token matchup because it does, like, it killed a token, yeah. But it's such negative value in the sense that Ignition out of hand, essentially, you know, it counts as 1, if you will. And a token that you get because you played something else anyway counts as less. So it's tempo negative in a way. You know, it's cost inefficient. And you kind of fall behind in hand count and whatnot using those ignitions like that. But at the end of the day, it's saving damage. It just... Oh, man.
So
you definitely want... And, like, the ignitions that you get off of the 2 Awaken, totally fine. Awesome. It's just added value. But the ignitions being actually in the deck, they don't... I'm not fond of them in such a token-heavy meta.
Fully agree with that entire line of logic, which is a solid segue into something that I wanted to say. Week in and week out, we keep saying, oh, this is the best MWO so far. I'm going to say that again, and we're not even through the Swiss matches yet, but we have learned and talked about so much, myself included. I've learned a lot in these matchups and seeing a lot of cards that we haven't seen as much of this week. So I cannot stress enough, if you want to get your friends into Mythgard and they don't have a lot of time to play, but they want to learn the mechanics, send them back to watch the previous 9 weeks, especially weeks 8 and weeks 9. And then when this goes up as well, get your friends to watch. There's so much that can be learned, especially coupled up with the fact that all of these players are very active in the official Mythgard Discord. These are master classes in how to play the game, the technical detail that goes into making these decisions.
Putting the Hulken back on 5. Huh.
So we saw Kalabak come down from...
I think...
Yeah.
Knowing you have the Olama too, I would have wanted to keep the Hulken, play it on 5, and then Olama.
I cannot imagine what those 4 hidden cards are in Decadent Hamster's hands based on that decision.
As wide as you can, but then it feels odd to not give up the little bit of damage to move off the hideout and play that on hideout. I don't know. Unless it's the seal. If you want to keep a seal. Because going into 6 now, we could see... Okay, that's... Huh. Yeah, I don't know why the Hulken went back. I would think almost anything else in the deck I would go back instead.
And Envesy moving the Kalabak over, daring Decadent Hamster to attack it, saying, look, if you don't, my mana pool is going to be outrageous, as 2 Kalabaks are on the field right now. A temptation across for Gallows Boy to take care of that Magmatar. That is such a great, essentially 1 for 2 right there. And Decadent Hamster will take that Gambit, getting rid of the Kalabak. And a Maze of Iatiku coming down, saying, if you're going to get a bunch of mana, I'm going to draw a bunch of cards.
Yeah, Maze was one of the concealed. So, going on to 6 mana with the gems open, I'm guessing Decadent didn't want that Hulken getting stolen. That could have been the call? I'm not positive.
It could have been. Again, checking, I'm sure between every turn, both of these players are checking those deck lists and looking at what could be in the hand or coming up from their opponents. And losing a Hulken to a steal of any kind is bad juju for sure.
Yeah, I think that may be what it was you don't want to get the Hulken stolen, so you want to put it back until you've seen the steal effect be, especially if Bald Mountain on field. That could be what you want. I don't know.
So Envesy sacrificing that enhanced mana pool to get rid of the recruit and then start playing out. We do see again that Firesong Prodigy coming down, giving Envesy access to the ignition, which does take care of yet another minion. And Decadent Hamster is down to just a Maze of Iatiku. I say just, but it's going to be drawing.
Yeah,
There's the parry at the gates as well.
Not going on the hideout.
Decadent digging through the deck between card draw and then parries divination. Whatever they're drawing is almost assuredly exactly what they want at this point. Look at all these card draws.
Yeah, this is a lot.
It's a stacked hand that we have no clue what is in it. Very excited to see what the next 2 or 3 turns look like. Envesy, on the other hand, sitting only on 2 cards, but they are both hidden.
Ooh, I don't know that I like that, as opposed to just playing one of those last 2 minions you played on the hideout and then holding the maze.
Yeah, that is a little interesting. I
don't know about that.
I struggle to question these decisions though, with how many cards are hidden and just the skill behind these players. But yeah,
because the issue now is the only way you get that maze out is if the 2/1 attacks into it now, and Envesy is likely to know that and not make that.
But at the same time, do you really want to leave the mazes up?
I'm happy with leaving a maze up if it means the hideout.
Bald Mountain grabbing that Ichor Feast. You can go from 2 or 3 copies to 5 or 6 very quickly with the advent of Bald Mountain if we're talking about spells. And there is that Magmatar.
Wow.
What a wipe! That's a heavy blow coming from the Bull in there. And that card continues to just do an immense amount of work. But Mezzolibre, I love every time the Magmatar comes down, Mezzolibre is right in that same vicinity to answer very quickly.
I love it.
Wrestling those bulls down, regardless of how fiery they are. And Decadent Hamster, with arguably what would be construed as a weaker suite of minions, putting them to fantastic use, just continuing to flood the field with this onslaught of zealots and rebels and all kinds of stuff. This is quite a match.
Yes, it is. And to give an update on the matches we can't see, Jock is up 1-0 on Ace, and EliBaeChan has 2-0'd Swellzong. But Swellzong was XO, so Swellzong is still likely to make top cut.
Which is not surprising, considering the name behind that standing. Swellzong performs very well, well, week in and week out.
Swellzong's been, what, in each of the last 2 finals?
Yes.
Coming so close, back to back. And if you would like to see how Swellzong plays should they make top cut, which I believe they will, you can go to twitch.tv/Swellzong, as he does play each MWO live with no delay. You can go watch and get feedback and
commentary.
Excellent job of explaining lines of thought that plays, and then also makes highlight videos of each match and puts the matches up on YouTube as the week goes on. So a lot of ways to gain some knowledge and some insight on a weekly basis if you watch Swellzong alongside the.
And we see Magmatar is back in the hand for the 3rd time for Envesy. It's not very often that you see a mythic minion come back this many times. And it's going to do some serious work when it hits the field. Decadent Hamster gets to make some choices in advance of that and has to think very hard, I would say, about which minions to attack with, knowing that that's a wipe. And look at the placement here. So Envesy can place the Magmatar down and take care of a Parsa recruit or a singular Mezzolibre. The Maze of Iatiku is not threatened as long as it doesn't get activated. It does, so I think there's a clear line of where Magmatar goes based on what Decadent Hamster plays. And there's that Universal Hulkin. What a big metal boy that is.
And we've got about 15 minutes until time is. And then the extension will happen. But yeah, we've got some time.
We're in the second game of this slugfest match between 2 titans of the MWO. And Decadent Hamster saying, look, you can kill 3 minions and leave my Hulkin up unthreatened, or you can put down the Magmatar on that side, take care of 1 minion, and pray that you can block my Hulkin. But oh yeah, I can just spend 3 mana and give it overrun anyway. This is a tough decision. Where do you place Magmatar in this position? Do you take out 3 minions on the right side, or do you try and stem? Yeah, I don't think you risk leaving those up.
Only taking the 2 because because Envesy wants the Bald Mountain, I guess.
Ooh, Rewind Hex. Very cool. So that is just a soft delay. And a second Bald Mountain coming down in front of that Maze of Iatiku, and it's going to struggle to take out anything that is placed on it here in the next turn or so. Oh, well, Decadent Hamster playing into that combination that we saw before. Maze of Iatiku sitting on that sacrificial altar. They essentially cancel each other out in terms of the plus and minus gain, but that extra card, very valuable in the style of deck that Decadent Hamster is playing. These tech plays are just fantastic from both of these players. I feel like we're going to see a lot of this combination, by the way, on the ladder this coming week. Maze of Iatiku coupled up with Sacrificial Altar.
What I would like to see out of Envesy is potentially the Impel moving to the next Bulb Mountain and swinging past the maze.
I have a feeling that will be the case, but look at Decadent Hamster's minion placement here.
It may not be now, though, because you got to contest some of this, but if you don't kill the maze, it's going to continue to get big anyway.
Yep.
So it's a tough choice.
3 zones of threat right now, something you don't see a lot of in Mythgard. Decadent Hamster just expertly placing these minions in the most in the most threatening positions that they can be in. Like, what you have to answer all 3 zones here. That Maze of Iatiku is going to continue allowing that multiple draw. On the far side, you have that Parsa Recruit coupled up with the Insurgent. They're both buffed, everything is buffed by this Olama ring, so any minion played is a threat. We do see the gain back of that Blood Moon, which could allow Envesy to draw a couple of extra cards as well.
Well, but the cow can't attack.
Ooh.
So, like, it's gonna, if it happens, it's gonna be delayed. Oh, you want to use them on the block. Okay, that'll do.
Maximizing the effect of Blood Moon onto 3 minions. So now there's a whole bunch
because
of that
now,
life tap.
If I'm Decadent, I think I'm playing the Hulk and passing, to be honest. Oh, no.
Or a second Olama ring.
Yeah, now
followed
maybe
by
you just push the damage. It's a tough call.
Parry of the Gates,
You can put
doubling up.
10 damage down. 11 if you infuse. So I'm looking at 11 damage, but then you kill 2 minions, so you'll get the 2 demises to Envesy.
Yeah, this is a turn that decides the game.
That'll help
big.
too. That actually adds a point of damage. Yeah.
It adds a point of damage.
Oh, they have the life tap too. So.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, it adds a point of damage. Like you said, that life tap does come into play, but that additional card draw as well from the Dark Passenger.
Yeah, that was a tough choice by Decadent to have to make. Good usage of that Blood Moon by Envesy. I think if I was Decadent, I would have just passed.
Well, Decadent does have lethal threatened on the board right now. 9 ways to Sunday currently. Envesy only had 8 life remaining, and there's a lot of very large minions. Oh!
This is what we talked about way back at the beginning of this matchup, is if the Olamas come out, the Gigantomachia is good.
And then a Troika Sect to answer the Olamas.
That was so well played.
Very
well
cool.
Sequenced.
And another, the Troika Sect coming back immediately. And all of the Olamas are just gone. The game shifts hard in Envesy's favor, at least on that turn.
Second, because you want to have the minions big enough to get killed by the Gigantomachia.
Yep, maximizing the efficiency.
Wow.
And then an uncontested Cyclopean Giant right now.
Between that and the Blood Moon, Envesy's kind of putting on a clinic on how to sequence things and play on the back foot.
And there's a ton of information now. With that play of Yahui from Decadent Hamster, Envesy knows everything that is in Decadent Hamster's hand and can plan around it. Even with 2 cards, that is a strong position to be in, to know everything that could happen over the course of the next couple of turns.
And depending on the top deck, I think Decadent may shuffle one of these Olamas back and play out his whole hand. But I wouldn't be opposed to just playing both Olamas and the minion, the token, holding the Hulk in. It's a tough choice between the 2. It's gotta be so mind numbing and painful playing against Envesy. Knowing
That is a
How would
Fourth
he?
Magmatar, by the way. How many times can you play a mythic creature? People would say 1. Envesy says, nah, we'll do it 4 times.
It's not mythic, though.
Or
You
excuse
do
me,
get 2
just
copies.
yeah, that's fair. Rare creature. Even then, 2 copies turning into 4 is not something that we see very often.
Yeah.
That gold circle throws me off sometimes. I'm used to gold being the highest tier, but that crystal blue is where you are at for mythics in this game. And Decadent Hamster again removing that Magmatar, but it is not ephemeral. It can come back again if Envesy has the cards to do so.
Yeah, this is just absolute top-notch play by Envesy.
Being matched by top, being matched by
But-
top-notch play from Decadent Hamster.
Yeah,
but that
but
that
Envesy is-
short,
Wow.
baby. Oh, Mezzalibre not currently in a position to contest it too hard. It can be moved, but Envesy is going to drop that Academy Analyst down to the very non-threatening Maze of Iatiku.
And we have 5
Oh.
minutes until time.
But if you can't move a Mezzalibre into a position that's threatening, why not just play a second one to shut down the stag for a turn? Those are some big wrestlers, my guy. Those double Olama rings back in play. One of those Mezzalibres is a 6/7. Will take out that Cyclopean Giant. The other one a 5/6, holding down the short stag for a turn. And we still have that Hulkin in the hand for Decadent Hamster, but fully revealed. And there is that Magmatar.
If I'm Decadent, I'm making this attack in. Oh, maybe not into the stag, because it's got that effect to only take so much damage. Oh, it's a tough choice. If it would take the full 6, you make the...
Oh, 100%.
But, yeah, no, move it out to the left. I like that.
Yep, move away. Tell Envesy that he has to take care. Just go ahead and take care of that eager recruit and Maze of Iatiku, and then threaten the other side of the board to make that decision tougher. But right now, the Academy Analyst is at risk. The short stag is staring down 4 huge minions thanks to the double Olama rings.
And if the cow comes down on the bald mountain, it takes 2 tokens with it.
Yep.
But if it comes down next to it, it takes out the maze opposite the Academy Analyst and push in a damage. While the stag still blocks up well anyway.
And we
can
do
also
still
play it left of the stag. Man,
Yeah. Well,
a
we're
lot
going
of
to see
places to put that at the moment.
we're going to see a lot of tech play here. We do have the power to take into consideration as well.
I'm glad
Sure.
I'm casting this and not playing it. Oh man.
Yeah, I literally was thinking the exact same thing. This is not a position that I would want to be in.
No, I spent all week getting clapped in games by Envesy. I'm good.
Yeah, and I spend a solid 2/3 of the week watching you get clapped by Envesy, learning as much as I can and still being terrified to jump in when I know that they are playing.
Yeah, this is what I would have done as well. I like that placement.
Another Blood Moon coming down. There is a lot of life tap on the field, and units or minions that have to be answered, but in doing so allows Envesy to restock that hand. There's that Impel, exactly like I thought was going to happen.
Effectively killed both of those because they won't go to the deck in the hand.
Yep. So now that short stag is swift as it comes out of the stun from Mezzalibre. We do see the Academy Analyst take the shot from Eager Recruit. Mezzalibre opting to get rid of Magmatar, and then 7 damage coming through from the Parsa Regulars that has been buffed in an extreme scenario here.
Yeah, that thing's big. Oh. Potential misplay.
Not
Making
something that we would
attack
normally
now,
say.
without playing out what else you plan to play out. Because it was going to say it depends on if you use this maze. Because it's highly likely you end up with the 2 mana left that you could have infused one of those attacking minions, put in damage. but it would depend on if you chose to pop the maze.
So this game's
see,
about
now
to get...
instead you spend all of the mana.
Yep, this game's going to get real, even more real very quickly. That's a Universal Hulkin that is down on top of the Sacrificial Altar, allowing extra card draw, and there is enough mana in Decadent Hamster's pool now to activate a lot of powers on this Universal Hulkin if there's nothing else to play.
Full up it.
I thought for sure you were going to say full send it. Dashing Ringmaster and a handful of cards with plenty of mana and another Blood Moon.
Play it down next to it, pop damage onto the Hulkin, swing. I think this is going to go between the two Bald Mountains. Oh, no. It could go between the two minions. You could open up the stack to hit face. If you play the cow between the two minions, between the 8/8 and the 2/1, it takes out the Dust Devil, the Meso.
I don't know what cow he'd be playing because the Magmatar's still in the
Oh, did you
boneyard.
not get it? I thought he added it back.
No, he grabbed Blood Moon and instead played Bella
I
Witch
thought he
Queen.
somehow had a cow back in hand, and I'm like, wait, what just happened?
No, sir. The art is very close.
Yeah, my head was spinning. I'm like, I don't know how he got it, but I guess.
Look how big that Leshy Green is, punishing these token players.
Huge.
That is a stock 10/10. It has taken a significant amount of damage, but it got rid of one of the most threatening units, or one of the most threatening minions on the field. But Marticore coming down and doing work as well. That is spectacular. Well played,
1-1
indeed.
Going into the final game.
With only a couple minutes remaining, correct?
Time is about to be called, so we'll go into that extension.
Yep. So, and we know these two are just smashing that button trying to get in as quick as they can by the time that we get out, and they will probably already be locked into their next game or very close to it.
And I'll look to find us updates quickly. Man, wow. Yeah, so it is 1-1. We'll get that updated as soon as we can. We got to get people settled now that time's older.
They have jumped in.
EliBaeChan beat Swellzong. Jock 2-0'd Ace. Envesy Decadent is tied 1-1.
And we're live, waiting on the first burn decision. Nice little soft greetings from Envesy. And Ichor Feast. The first card burned. We'll see that. Slow build from Envesy, trying to get the mana and gems where they want. And quick plays from Decadent. Very aggressive coming down. These early turns probably nerve-wracking a bit for Envesy. They know they have the answers as we get into the higher mana counts, but these first couple of turns can be devastating when you're up against one of these very quick token decks. The Ignition, a great call to stem that tide as it starts out.
Yeah, typically you wouldn't see that Ignition used in that case, but you want to keep the damage off the field in time. If I'm Envesy, I am hoping to, see maybe a Leshy and let the field build. I don't know.
The Dust Devil coming down, one of the 3 gen in Mythgard right now on stock cards. Do you think we're going to get any gen in purple?
Oh, that's a possibility. That could be cool. I don't know. I myself actually, one bit of negativity. I think we have way too many types, and they become less meaningful. And we see a couple decks that you have Valks and whatnot, but we have so many types, and it almost feels like instead of subtyping things, it was just all of the types subdivided out into individual types, and it feels messy. It can be a bit much if you go into the deck building phase expecting that to play into it, and then see so many you feel lost.
I agree with a lot of that, and I sort of expressed that same thing when I first started, but seeing how well they have designed everything else, I feel like there is a strong possibility of a plan behind a lot of that. You know, like you said, there is a ton of types and subtypes really in the minion suite right now, and it feels thin, but with how this game, how technically demanding the game is, there's a lot of design space to be able to utilize that. So we will see as we get more cards moving through. You know, we'll finish out a core set before the game goes into open beta, and then we'll start building on with expansions and things like that, and we could see more appropriate uses of those minion types and subtypes moving forward. A little bit of lull in the action here. It's not something that we've seen decisions being made by Envesy. Yeah. So card draw and then divination. So that's something that you see in a lot of games. When you have the ability to draw before you divine or a mechanic that's like that, you want to get your draws out of the way and then set up what your next draws are going to be. You think that holds true in Mythgard, Noah, I'm assuming, with the silence there.
I was speculating plays. I was thinking about 5 steps ahead of myself.
No, that's all right.
I occasionally get so sucked into the game that it's not until you say my name again that I go, oh yeah, I'm casting too.
No, that is, I know that about you. We've been in contact with one another long enough that I have picked up on that trait. You are very good about playing the 3 and 4 turns ahead, trying to anticipate what's going to happen, and with the limited information in the hands, that can be quite a task. Here's a card we have not seen in the last 2 matchups, that Baba Yaga's Den that we talked about. It was shut off before by the way DecadentHamster was playing, but Envesy having it in hand and seeing a little bit of an opening to be able to fully heal, that's big. And 2 Academy Analysts on the board is not something that DecadentHamster wants to see, and is going to try and find a way to take care of that very quickly.
Yeah, I definitely think I would be making attacks onto both while infusing the Dust Devil, taking them both off the field, keeping both of my...
Yeah, prioritization.
Oh, that does it too.
That absolutely does it. That's just better infuse. Yeah, Academy Analyst for newer players, they look at it and they're like, that's probably not too bad. And you are probably right when there's just 1, but when there's 2 and you can filter through 8 cards. Oof. And DecadentHamster trying to decide if the other one is worth taking down or if they want to chip away at that Baba Yaga's Den.
No, I think you have to take the Academy Analyst.
Yeah, you cannot allow Envesy to filter through even 4 cards a turn. And there's so many spells in Envesy's deck that they're always going to have that energy to be able to do that. They opt to leave it. That's a little bit of a gamble.
An odd choice to me. I think I would have made the attack with the Dust Devil and then played the minion down on the enchantment to chip a point of damage to Envesy when the swing back would happen.
And the opportunity gets slimmer now with that Troika Sect used on the Alama ring. Academy Analyst does not have the energy, instead utilizing the Bald Mountain to get the Dust Devil gone by way of ignition. Everything is gone. So potentially a poor choice from DecadentHamster now, because that Academy Analyst is uncontested. Zergian Recruiter connecting with a minion.
Okay.
The Rebel Mezzo Libre.
Envesy's just not able to mount enough of an offense at the moment. And in time, you have to be chipping in damage.
So potentially the gamble of Decadent Hamster leaving that Academy Analyst up, the gamble may be paying off. Ooh, that's
Okay,
a
we have
big
7 minutes left
7-ring
in time.
ritual.
Oh, what a top deck. Yeah, that's...
I don't know if they could have asked for anything better. Decadent Hamster getting potentially one of the only cards that gets them out of the scenario currently.
Yeah, well, I mean, we knew it was coming, but yeah, it does definitely feel good because of what happened on Envesy's side. Yeah, it had been put back on top of the deck, so we knew it was coming up, but, like, you have to have it then to deal with all of these Hellions.
And now that Turn of Seasons does not really affect Envesy too much. That fragile, inconsequential when everything only's got...
It's like, okay.
Yep, who cares? So solid heads-up play there.
Uh-oh. This could be swingy.
What is going to follow this Dashing Ringmaster? Nothing, possibly.
Now do you impel it and move it so it can't die to the Mesa, and you still potentially play the Hellions? Yes. Good play. Now that option is still available. You have to find a way to get this thing off. And Decadent is not playing any boxes, so you don't have... That'll do.
Yeah, Marticore is a great answer for something that does not have enough hit points to stand up to that tail slash.
Good time to have it.
And then Parsa Regulars, no slouch either with that Olama ring on the field. Stands up well to a 3-1 Hellion. And we do see the 7-ring ritual. Full utilization after sacrificing the other one to knock down some of the hit points on the Parsa Regulars, but no rush because of the Marticore killing the Ringmaster.
Which is back in hand again. It doesn't stop.
No, that's something that we've seen from Envesy in all the games, just cycling 1 or 2 things that are high impact.
Few minutes left.
Now, Dashing Ringmaster, I just realized, by the way, dashing because he is charismatic, he is a Ringmaster. Dashing also because very quick and makes all of his friends quick. So nice little double usage of that word. Oh!
Okay. Gotta give it alpha. Yeah.
Immediately giving it Alpha Strike.
That's huge.
Protecting it from the onslaught of the Hellions. What does Envesy do here to respond? Only a couple of minutes left. This is a nail biter. Like I'm holding my mouse too tightly. I have to take my hand away. I'm not even in this game and it is intense. Like I can feel... Oh, what a Magmatar. Oh, the tension. This plays right now like a finals match. I get it. It's a bubble. So it has a lot of impact, but man, we have seen just a back and forth here.
Bella coming down. Looking to stun and move out so you can get damage in past the Hulkin. And we've got about 2 minutes and some change until time is officially done. Oh, this is close.
Golly, Bella the Witch Queen dropped immediately, answered by a Dust Devil, another Olama ring. That's a big alpha striking Hulkin. Too bad it's stunned right now. Because it could easily get overrun and just smash through, crippling Envesy. But one more turn to answer. What is the top deck going to be? And does the Cry of the Witch matter here as well?
Also, what a time to go into fall. Like, that's so useful. Okay, let's see. About 1 minute left in the game.
Back and forth. Decadent Hamster with an empty hand, but a significant lead when it comes to hit point totals as we come into that 45 or so second mark. Envesy playing as quick as they can. Troika sect onto one of the Alama rings. And an ignition. Oh! Just dig.
I actually need to jump out. I think Valthus and Denwop might still be playing, and I'm going...
Yeah, go check that. I'll keep stuff here. The hit point totals very close to one another now. Envesy sneaking through damage, keeping this Universal Hulk locked down. What does this other match look like?
It is a 2-point life gap.
Oh my gosh, and this one's only 6 right now with only just a little bit of time left.
And time is almost upon us. A couple seconds left.
Oh, Envesy just chomping at the bit right here. Decadent, Envesy saying, Decadent, make your play. I have the stuff. I don't know what I think about this.
And that is time. Valthus and Decadent will be winning those games in time.
You hate to see that with all that damage on Envesy's side of the board. We said there wasn't bad blood before, but there may be a little bit of animosity in that. But that is something that is offered. If it gets to time, there's not a lot we can do about that. I admit defeat from Decadent Hamster. Just to drop out of the game.
So Valthus won that one, which puts I don't know what that match counts at. Let's see what that puts the match count at.
Yeah, we're gonna check all of that. We are a very tight-knit community. There's a bunch of discussion going on in the Week 10.
So that
right
looks
now.
like that was the 2-1 to Valthus on time.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. Decadent and Envesy talking right now in the Weekly Open 10. I don't see anybody accusing anybody else, which is always good to see. Fantastic games. Wow. So you hate to see a game in that state go to time, because that could have been anybody's had we had 2 more minutes.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
Both
But we do have to
players
stay consistent.
We do. We have to stick to our rules. The players understand them as well. Nobody is outwardly exploiting anything, and we see the players, the other people participating are the only ones who can see the Mythgard Weekly Open 10 chat. Players talking back and forth. Just an amazing show of sportsmanship back and forth between them.
I hope we see that match again in finals with no time limit. Oh.
Yeah, that would be big.
It looks like the top cut may have been settled. Gonna have to wait on that to be completely positive.
Yeah, we're just getting updates in our tournament software thanks to Battlefy, a great system, very easy to use, so you can check them out as well for our tournament or any others that you're participating in with your friends or in a sanctioned setting.
But I don't think Envesy's gonna make finals. I mean, top cut. I mean, because that was a bubble match.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how breakers and stuff pan out.
Let's see. Okay, we do have the list.
Let's hear it.
So, the top cut will consist of Swellzong, EliBaeChan, Decadent, and Jock.
One more time for those in the back. You said Swellzong, EliBaeChan, Jock, and who was the fourth?
Decadent.
DecadentHamster. So falling off the bubble, a couple of players that we thought maybe were going to make it, but wow, what a series of Swiss matches this week for the Mythgard Weekly Open Week 10. Could not really have asked for much more out of our 10th week of Mythgard tournament play. I think we're going to take a short break. I have to stretch and bring my blood pressure down a little bit. I don't know about the rest of you, but we'll get this all set up. I'm at least going to step away. It is up to Noah and our MC Brasiah if we're actually taking a break. And we are back, making our way into the Mythgard Weekly Open Week 10 top cut. As you can see here, some stuff that we've been talking about off and on over the course of the entire Mythgard Weekly Open are all these spoiled cards. Imperative Bell, one of my favorites, and I think Noah's as well. Noah, are you back with us? Are you excited to see
you? I am excited.
So Swellzong on V5 of the yellow-blue control deck. We talked about it a little before. Jock on the Recurring Nightmare version 18. And no paths match, no powers match. And there is not a ton of crossover in cards either.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun matchup, I think. If I had to guess, I would say that Swellzong may be able to take it because although both decks excel in the late game, as we saw once today, Swellzong can change up that tempo, slam down Yahui on 2, follow it up with even if you don't get stun, and push damage. And I think that might actually be the key to this.
I would agree. I think it really can go either direction. Both of these decks very strong. I don't think we've been able to watch Jock play this week, but we've seen versions of this deck time and time again. So many significant cards here. Odin Throne we saw put to good use in a game previously during the week this week, or during the Mythgard Weekly Open. Magnus time and time again does work. But then the advent of Allfather's Horn, Hyperborean, which you've seen a little bit more of, and then Living Mountain. Has some big plays in there. Traitorous Murmur showing back up, and then Short Stag, which we've seen a ton of in Jock's deck. Swellzong, so we don't have a lot really different to say here. Sapo and Harvester, fantastic. Misanthropia, really good for clearing the field and kind of resetting the game. And then Model of Duality, we saw put to ridiculous use last week, and Swellzong hoping to be able to put that to good use again this week as well.
Yeah, definitely. And we will be getting them into game. Looks like they have jumped in, so we'll be getting in and getting the semifinals kicked off.
Ooh, in a very dark field, both of the players opting for very edgy card backs. A big fan of both of them. And that turn 1 Maze of Iatiku from Swellzong, it is a staple of the current meta that we are in. It's something you'll see time and time again in the ladder.
If the opponent plays yellow, expect them to play a Maze on 1. It's just gonna happen.
Yeah, and for good reason. I mean, it's such a strong card. It was very undervalued when we were all talking about the cards when the game was in its earlier stages of alpha, but we've seen it a bunch over the course of the last 6-7 weeks. Jock getting that blue gem.
Yeah, and Jock doesn't have anything to play on 1 deck, like at all. Jock has a couple 1 costs, but it's a Hex and a Wake the Bones, so not actually playable on 1 in the deck. And the flip side of that is Swellzong's only play on 1 mana is the Maze of Iatiku. But the big thing with Jock is getting that Smite activation to flip the disc and load up a giant minion.
So Swellzong has what would technically be a solid curve play, but it's always a little painful as a player to play Yahui down when there isn't anything that is threatening, because now Jock could be getting answers without having to deal with that multiple combat to deal with Yahui from minions.
That being said, Jock doesn't have Ice Bolt in this list. Ice Spike, excuse me. So you can't make the single swing and then Ice Spike it to kill it out. So eventually, when you do contest the Yahui, it's still going to have to be done with multiple combats in this list. I guess you've got a Detained to just kind of hold it out and then bounce it. But if you actually want to kill it without the Ice Spike, you'll just have to fight it a couple times. Unless you clap it.
Clap. Swellzong with that, the Serpent Den starting to generate some temple stakes. Jock's answer was to brainstorm and see how much more they can get in the hand and try and outvalue what Swellzong is doing here. And it should be noted, by the way, Jock using Smite as the power, potentially because they fully intend on starting the game a little bit behind their opponents, and Smite allowing you to kind of close that gap a little further, it being stronger, of course, if your opponent has a higher life total than you do when you use it.
Yeah, well, it's a combination of 1, that, and 2, the fact that Smite is the easiest to flip disc. Like, you don't need a minion to impel. It's the easiest way to flip disc, But it's not the only selection that these decks could be using. You could be using the divination choice instead and accomplishing the same thing. But by instead taking the smite, you do actually chip on incidental damage as you this disc.
Absolutely.
It's a neat way to see that play out, because the choice is less about what it actually does than how well it supplements the path in the disc needing.
And we see a very heavy threatened board from the perspective of Swellzong after the addition of that Black Hatter, and immediately teleporting, by the way, the moment it was played. And the snakes just keep on coming. Jock building up, going to try and get to some of those answers. Thunderclap being a spectacular one.
Especially with the season letting you clean up all of the minions instead of leaving one behind. The additional damage was taken.
Yeah, and Hopeless Necromantic, the only thing left on the field. That's Slayer 1. Is an interesting, not interesting, is very strong to have when it comes to all these snakes that'll be showing up.
Yeah, it is good value on this. But Jock can shut it off again just as easily by...
Ooh! Quick Harvester coming down the moment that Swellzong had that 6 mana. But a response from Jock, wow. Another big boy coming down. Blackened Jotun. Not in direct contest with the Harvester, but they are both significantly sized. That Slayer 1 and Overrun currently on Blackened Jotun, where the Slayer 1 is on the Harvester as well, but it has that demise effect of being able to kind of recoup itself with that free card draw, if it is to bite the dust.
I think I would be looking to impel the 6/6 and take both, unless Sapo.
Nah,
okay.
You could just play Sapo instead.
I was gonna say, because you come out positive on the exchange, but when Sapo exists, Sapo exists. And Sapo actually taking out the snake is big, because now Jock can't suicide. Now Jock has to move the minion, and you can impel the Sapo, move it, and put on 16 damage in the middle. You know, not taking into account any opposition, like, but yeah, it's a neat line.
So we see one of the only Idric beasts in the tournament this week getting burned so that Short Stag can come down, and then that Hyperborean. Ooh.
Swellzong has a play. I want to see if he makes it. I imagine he's talking it out in his chat as well. I don't doubt that the play has been seen. I just want to see if it actually happened. Ooh, that's nice. Okay. I don't know about that. I was going to say what you could do is move the 6/6 and then impel the Sapo, move it 2 lanes to the side to the lane the 6/6 is occupying now, and swing 10 damage in.
Yeah, that's kind of the route that I was taking, that I was taking in my head, but not knowing what else is in Swellzong's hand because I'm not in that stream. That Odin Throne placement is...
I do see Swellzong in Twitch chat.
Yeah.
With a facepalm. So, if
maybe
Swellzong
didn't
is still
see the
listening,
line.
Would you like to give us some context into Twitch chat, in the Twitch chat about what we just saw?
Look at Jock's side of the field so quickly ramping up while we see if Swellzong is going to answer that question. But we have that Blackened Jotun, which came back, the Short Stag, and then also that Hyperborean. This is an immense field of giants staring down a singular Harvester and Swellzong's 20 hit points.
Yeah, both of these decks can play the long game. I just think that Jock's deck does a good enough job going above that the damage may be able to get chipped in and take the late game.
And we see the Black Hatter come down again from Swellzong. Another snake, of course, generated. That's not going to stop anytime soon. But some decisions have to be made on how to contest these 3 massive minions on Jock's side of the field. It looks like Swellzong's going to force Jock to spread out a little further as well. Which is a good way to contest that.
Now the big play would be... Yeah, I was going to say, if you can stun that.
Stopping him from being able to contest it is
now Jock
huge.
has to have it in hand.
Yep. So we do see that overrun damage come through, an uncontested attack from the Black and Jotun, and then the Allfather's Horn. Bam.
Wow.
And that is a surrender, ladies and gentlemen. Whew! That is a fast change of speed in the opposite direction. It looked like Swellzong had potentially had that locked up, but just one swath of cards changes the pace of a game very quickly.
Yeah, definitely. And so that is 1-0 to Jock. EliBaeChan and Decadent don't have anything on Battlefy yet. Let me see if I can find out what game that match is. See if it's still game. It is still game 1. And quickly, just to give an update on that, I will jump in, kind of take a look. Oh, this is a mess. As we saw EliBaeChan today playing that slide deck that likes to go as wide as tokens, but above them, and doing just that. I mean, I walked into, what was that 5, 7, 12 minions on the field. So that game is a mess. Both decks choosing to go wide and kind of have that slap fight, as opposed to the calculated heavy punches that these two decks like to put in.
So we do see coming back over here after that nice little entrance of Mythgard Radio and talking about that disaster of a game on the other side of the semifinals. The turn 1 Mesa via Tiku from Swellzong, and like we talked about in that first game, Jock does not have any early answers like that. And the Einajar Thane coming down as well to back up that Mesa via Tiku. And in this third turn is when we get to start seeing Jock start playing the game of Mythgard. Though at this point it's only going to be a smite to the dome.
Yeah, slow opening out of Jock. Which lends itself well to what I was talking about at the beginning of this. If Swellzong can kind of play on the offensive and slam minions down like we saw in the final game against Bosta today, then that would be a good way to have Swellzong actually pull this win off. And with Jock opening slow, I think this is Swellzong's window to do exactly that.
Yeah, there's a lot of threat that can be placed here, or Swellzong can just attempt to draw his entire deck through the course of 2 Mesa via Tikus. There's that Hopeless Necromantic coming down for Jock, setting up that Hyperborean that is in the Boneyard currently. I love that combination, by the way. Fantastic. So we do see the continued movement of Einajar Thane as he crosses nearly the entirety of the field for Swellzong, just moving across, making sure that there is enough opening to keep pounding in damage, or making, at the worst, making Jock decide where these minions are going to start coming down as we get further into the game. That burned up model of duality. Ooh, White Kadeho. That is definitely something that Swellzong is going to be happy to have down as they continue to power out these minions. Does Jock have an answer, though? Magnus is indeed a solid answer, cleaning up nearly all of the board and hamstringing that White Kadeho. It does not have a lot of options right now with its current placement.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be okay, that'll do.
Yeah, that's a solid answer for Magnus. Mezzo Libre is a solid answer for almost any minion that gets played.
Because, like, you've got the stun to hold it down, but even when it comes out of stun, it has to deal with such a high-statted body.
Beefy boy doing a lot of training. It's good to be a lucha hero.
Okay. What follows? Oh, no. Oh, boy. That's one of the big plays in this deck.
That is huge. So we did not get to see that play out in the last game, but Fricky Sidecar, alongside any of these gigantic minions Jock is playing, Hyperborean being one of the largest in the suite. And Misanthropy is a great answer. And a full wipe of Swellzong's board. It's only a matter of time before Magnus bites it, but that Hyperborean, unfazed as it comes back into play.
Yeah, just when you kill one, the second shows up. Oh, but it gets eaten by the Sapo.
That is a solid answer. Another minion that tends to do work anytime they show their face. And Jock's hand
now
is getting
Jock's in a bit of
thinner
a
and
tough
thinner.
spot.
Yeah.
Because the minions that will be coming back off the bottom, they've got some low stat, low impact minions below those good ones. So it'll be a bit of a slog getting back into those good minions.
Yeah, not a lot of options here as I'm looking through to deal with Sapo in the next couple of minions that are going to circle back around. And Swellzong has 4 more cards in hand. Jock has 3 that we also don't have any information on. Wake the Bones being one of those.
I like that. That was good. Because that's what... The Wake the Bones got back the minion that would have come back instead.
Mm-hmm.
That was well played. And now we have a 6/8 loaded up again. So Swellzong needs to get this 1/2 off the field. Unless Swellzong chooses to just not oppose it. Because then you can't come down, instantly smash, and get the 6/8.
The dangerous part about a lot of this, though, as well, is that's the scariest 1/2 to leave on the field, especially knowing what Jock's deck looks like. He could top deck any number of massive units to put next to it, and it'll have rush immediately.
Yeah, Swellzong needs... And again, we talked about Ice Spike in Game 1 not being in Jock's list. It's also not in Swellzong's. And this would be the ideal time to have an Ice Spike. because you just can't contest it. But if you leave it up, a giant minion could come down on the top deck.
And Tier, while it's not the optimal answer here, putting Tier down in the position that it's in and giving it that swift, allowing it that extra mobility, that's pretty big. So if we can trigger that, if Swellzong can trigger that frenzy, there is a chance to really contest some of this large damage that could be coming down.
I like the movement.
Yep, no large
because
minion.
Because now you have
hit,
to
though.
impel it to actually make that attack.
Yeah.
Because with the Swift, it would be only to just move once and still attack. And with the Hex in hand, dead top deck. So you may as well make the seasons change. Go ahead and give it up now.
I wish so badly. I peeked over at Swellzong's stream just to see what was going on. I wish very badly we could talk about it, but I'll be interested to see what plays come through here. Swellzong thinking very hard, probably explaining to his chat about why he's making this move here, and then Magnus coming down. Always a strong play.
Definitely. A lot of damage.
And Jock's hand is empty. We're in top deck mode over here. Nothing that's going to be drawing
top deck's
cards.
Insanely well, though.
It does. There's a lot of threats.
The well played. What's the top deck gonna be? Yeah, you get the disc, but ooh. That will at least slow the bleeding enough that you can, again, attempt to top deck well, because that's what this deck does.
So Tier getting detained. Or excuse me, deported. I apologize. Back into the hand. A little bit of a delay for Swellzong's plan here, but again, 3 cards still not revealed. So many Norse gods. Tier in the hand, Bragi and Thor, or excuse me, and Magnus, Thor's son, both down as well. This is the trio. And that Mezzo full moved over to open up that full attack, bringing Jock down to 12.
That's a common thing we see as people play against Jock, is you have to play this chase game because you don't want to attack if you don't have to, when that's the defending minion. Because you can go ahead and kill the minion, and then you have to contest God knows what next. 6-8 in this case. So Jock gets to just play this game of chase. And now Swellzong going to the end lane. Even with the impel, the Mezzo can't move past. So that attack happens. Now what do we have in hand? A decent block. Okay. I like this.
So I feel like this is a relatively big decider here, based on what Swellzong does. Kind of sets the pace for the rest of this game with that Hyperborean down.
Definitely.
A lot of options in Swellzong's hand, though.
About 25 minutes into this match now. Still got 20 until time, and then we have an time isn't going to be an issue the next match, because it will be finals. But in this one...
That is a big Magnus.
Yeah, it is.
And Frenzied, down to 2. And in top deck mode, there's a bunch of threats.
That's likely game.
Yeah, I don't. Looking through Jock's deck, I don't even know if there's an answer that can be found.
No, not likely. Hey, I noticed Shaddix in Twitch chat. Shaddix played in some of the MWO events way back when we had just launched this idea, even including in the test event. And as an update, it looks like EliBaeChan and Decadent may have finished. So I will look to get an update on that match if it has been put into Battlefy yet.
Swellzong locking up this game with that final decisive attack.
Okay, Battlefy wasn't updated, so one moment while I look to find how that may have gone. Oh, it looks like EliBaeChan may have just, 2-0 Decadent. 2-0'd Swellzong today. Beat Den today. Lost to Jock 2-0. Beat Envesy 2-0. So, EliBaeChan showing up this week in the MWO scene, making finals with quite a few decisive wins. And now in the excellent position of getting to sit back and watch the conclusion of this game, of this match.
Watching the play style of both of the potential opponents here in this third game, it is obviously
I'd
tied
absolutely
up.
be taking that.
Yeah. You already have the open deck list. Time to pay attention on how they choose to play. So Living Mountain instead of the Hyperborean going in, substantially larger minion at 8 mana, 12/12. We'll see if that gets cheated out as quickly as the Hyperborean did the last couple of games.
And to note, I'm waiting on the final decision, but it looks like yes. So Decadent has chosen to scoop out of the next match, having lost the semifinals match. When you lose semifinals, you play against the second semifinalist who lost, because the pack split isn't the same between those two positions. But Decadent choosing to go ahead and scoop that out in advance. So Decadent will be going down as losing that match, which means this match will decide who would have won that hypothetical as well.
Which is absolutely understandable. It has been a marathon fight for all of our Mythgard Weekly Open players this week. So completely understand that. We're just over 5 hours into the tournament this week, and it has been a roller coaster across the board. Every match we walked into, every match we have heard about, has just been these white knuckle, exhausting matches. So, hands down, a lot of fun this week, and all the players putting up some spectacular, teachable moments and technical plays. I'm very impressed with everything that we have seen today. And there comes down one of the other pieces of the combo, that Hopeless Necromantic targeting that Living Mountain. And I don't think there's anything Swellzong's going to be able to do to stop that from happening.
Yeah, no,
just
you just
needs
have to move
delay
on
that. Yeah, just delay that inevitability. Yeah, Jock's deck is another deck that is not one that I would recommend to newer players, but once you've familiarized yourself with this game, it is always fun to cheat out some of these huge, rare and mythic units. So we're going to see a very quick Living Mountain here, I would expect, from Jock. All they have to do is find a way to get rid of that Hopeless Necromantic.
We see Decadent as we mentioned, scooping that match out, but lamenting in the MW chat, eliminating Envesy, and that being enough.
Yeah, nice competitive spirit from a lot of our players, and those two have been going at each other for 5 or 6 weeks now, I think, between ladder and MWO play.
This is nice too. I like the sickness coming down, because now when you pass, that's going to die and you'll get back a good late game bomb instead. You'll get that 12-12 living mountain. And like dealing with the living mountain on 5 is tough. It is unpleasant.
Yeah, dealing with that living mountain in general is pretty tough.
Yeah.
On 5,
And
it's
even
next
if you,
to
like,
on
have
5,
the
it's next to
yellow gem now
impossible.
and blight it, it's putting in like 15 damage still.
Yeah, it
It's
is
gonna
not
be
a
a 9 and then
position.
a 6. I'm assuming you'll have a block on the last attack, hopefully, but like, still a ton of damage.
Yeah, and it's still overrunning everything, so you have to put a lot of hit points in front of it, or you immediately bleed more than half of your hit point total in most cases. But hey, silver linings. Bragi is relatively well protected over there with no contest across the board.
Yeah. I suppose.
Hey, it's the small. I gotta find small glimmers of hope for both of our players. Jox is easy to see with a 12-12 on turn 4.
Yeah, the upside on
Swellzong.
Jock's side is obvious. It is definitely.
Oh man.
Oh, hey, look, I've got a 12-12. I haven't even played my 5th. I haven't even got my 5th gym yet. Oh, the stun, though.
That's a good way to delay the inevitability of Living Mountain. Mezzalibre climbing, I guess, to the eyeballs and gouging them out a little bit is about the only way I can even envision that stun taking place.
Makes me think of that scene in the Odyssey when nobody's blinded me. No man. It was No Man, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, no man has blinded me. Oh,
No
okay,
man
have a good day.
I thought you were gonna default to Hulk Hogan versus Andre the Giant in their WrestleMania match, one of Andre's last. Oh my gosh, another huge minion coming down. This is what is awesome about Jock's deck is once you get to like 5 mana,
Yeah, even
and
on
you start
5,
dropping
like,
all these giant Jotuns, elementals, both of these elementals that are down right now are huge, and there's so many more stacked up in this deck, whether they're cheated out or played hardcast. It's incredible.
Yeah, once you get to 5, like you have the 6/6 Jotun coming down, and then on 6 you can play a 6/8. On 7 you have the Stag. On 8 Beast. Like it's nuts. On 8 Living Mountain. It's so much damage in this 5 to 8 mana slot. And then when you compound that with potentially cheating one out ahead of the 5 slot, even like we saw with this 12-12, it's so much damage in like this. Like if you pushed a snowball down a hill and you see it just amass size as it moves down until it finally plows down and knocks you down at the end of the hill, which is kind of what it feels like playing against this deck.
This blight coming down from Misanthropia is
Even with
it'll
the
stem the
blight
tide a little bit, but not a
and
lot.
the Yahweh block, this is still like let's think about this. This Living Mountain got stunned, it got blighted, it got blocked by a Yahweh, and it still put in 8 damage minimum.
And it will survive the next tick of blight because this got 4 life remaining.
Yeah, it's still gonna live again. It's gonna potentially put in 6 additional on top of that.
Mm-hmm. No, it's just going to put 9 in now. And then that 6 that it's going to reduce to is going to threaten.
No way.
Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me?
No, Jock,
Jock,
throw him lunch.
you've done this man dirty, buy him a meal first.
You owe
Wow.
him lunch.
Holy. Okay, so we just saw that. Can you imagine what is going
Oh.
through EliBaeChan's head after seeing that as well? How do you stand
I'd
up
poop.
against this? Oh no. Jock with the exclamation point victory over Swellzong.
Oh my god, that was disgusting.
And if there's not some heat under EliBaeChan's collar right now, I don't know if anything would shake them. But if I was in their position, I would not be looking forward to the next 45 minutes or so.
Oh my god.
F's
Like I saw one, I'm
in
like,
the
okay, that was a
chat.
cheeky way to get some damage. Now the next attack is likely kill. Little did I know the next attack was beyond kill.
Big F's. Wow.
We see EliBaeChan in the MWO chat. Oh, whoops, I'm toast. Oh, what a game, what a game. Okay, so I think we have a few stats to talk about.
Yeah, like how much damage can Horn of the Allfather push through if
All
you
of
have
it.
two of them?
Plot twist.
Oh man, no, we do have some final stats. You know, we were talking about how the powers are spread out a little bit more. We do see 3 infuses, those 2 reanimates, 5 impels on the field, and then we've seen the smite as well. And then all of the paths are represented this week. Turn of Seasons, Rainbow's End, Journey of Souls, Disc of Circadia, and Fires of Creation. Turn of Seasons still the most popular, and Rainbow's End gaining a little bit of traction as well.
That was cool to see. In fact, it's in finals.
Yes.
So is Disc.
So is Disc, yep. Which means that Smite is also in finals, so...
Yes.
Oh, I got my heart rate going. What is my... Let's see here, if I can tell you. I might be able to. That was very exciting. I get very vested in these games. I know a lot of other people don't. So at the start of that match, I was at a cool 65 BPM. Checking right now, it looks like I'm cresting about 84 at the top end of that match. Wow.
Well, I'm not keeping an eye on my BPM, but I can tell you that I had about half as much sweat on my face at the beginning of that as I do at the end.
Oh, actually, it fully recalculated. I was at 94 about 45 seconds ago when everything came to pass.
Hint.
Good night. So, big shout out, to our alpha field. We don't expect to get 1 million players by any means, but having full representation of all the paths, nearly all of the powers as well. Diversity is not something that is seen in a lot of card games, but we are seeing it here today in Mythgard. All the colors represented across the board, all the paths and most of the powers. Hats off to our crew of players this week and everybody watching as well, giving in their chime-ins and hot takes. But of course, a thank you to Brasiah for emceeing, and then Noah for helping me cast today. It has been a rush. I think we're going to get everything ready to watch this last Unchained match. There's no time. This is going to be a slugfest to find out who is our Mythgard Weekly Open Week 10 champion.
right, everyone. We are back for the finals of MWO 10. That was a fantastic last match. I almost unmuted and joined in on all the excitement. But now we get to see, will Jock, currently tag team champion, the 2v2, get their first championship win? Or will a newcomer take their belt from them? I know the casters are super excited, so we're going to go ahead and turn this over to them and get this finals underway.
Thank you. It is exciting. We'll take a quick minute to kind of look at these two decks side by side and then waste no time getting. We've seen both decks at least once today, so we kind of know what to expect out of each deck in a vacuum, but contextually within the matchup, what might you be looking to see in this matchup, man?
Well, as it was made abundantly clear in the last matchup, EliBaeChan is going to have to come out swinging strong, because if Jock is able to set up that combo, you're looking at best case scenario a 6-6 on like turn 3 or 4. Worst case scenario a 12-12 on turn 4 or so. It is going to be tough, and EliBaeChan has to offer up these minions that Jock can crash into to finish out the combo by using the Hopeless Necromantic. So the match is very, very skewed, I think, in Jock's favor, because Baechan has to put that damage up and also be ready for the Hopeless Necromantics to come down. And because it is a common, there are 4 of them. So it can go either way. I would love to see EliBaeChan make their first appearance, their championship appearance as well.
Same.
But there is a tall mountain to climb.
I hate to cut you off, but it is time.
Oh.
The match is now ongoing.
And remember, there will be no time limit on this.
See this initial setup of get gem pass like is common. We do see Eli actually play some, but the thing to keep in mind, as we saw today, is EliBaeChan's deck can kind of live and die on Sandscape. So I want to see if we see a Sandscape on 2.
That is, I think, the biggest limiter here is if EBC can get the Sandscapes down, they're in a fantastic position. If not, Jock could run away with this. We do see the Endrick Beast heading into the Boneyard. That's a 9/7 that is warded with Overrun. Solid choices for all of these heavy hitters that can be cheated out pretty quickly on the back of the Hopeless Necromantic. And there's that Sandscape. So I think we're going to have a game on our hands, at least for round 1.
Yeah, coming off of the high of the last game in the semi, it's going to be a lot of fun getting in and seeing how this match plays out. These decks kind of have that same aspect to them, actually. We've talked about, with this Sandscape dependency, we do see that somewhat on Jock's deck as well. If you can't cheat out those big plays, you do have a bit of a lull in the mid-game that you can look to punish as the opponent. Now, Jock's late game is second to none. This deck wins the late game because of the ability to actually cast all of these minions that it cheats out. But to do that, you have to actually make the plays with the Hopeless and have it down on time.
Yeah, you have to survive.
If that doesn't happen now, then EliBaeChan should be looking to push as much damage as possible between this gap as you get to like 6 mana, because that is when this deck is at its weakest, and it is when you can find the most open to go wide and poke in damage.
Yeah, it's the dynamic between these two decks. Ooh, and there is the Hopeless Necromantic.
Oh, no.
The dynamic between these two decks is huge. EBC looking to try and make an early dash towards the finish line. Jock just trying to stay alive and get the combo pieces off. The combo is in and potentially engaged. So
Something
now,
to note is EliBaeChan does not have Seal of Exile in this deck, which is so good against Jock. Ditto Ghoul, also not in the deck, but so good against Jock. So this deck has potential to be playing matchup-specific blowouts, and I wouldn't even call Seal of Exile matchup-specific, but without those available, it's gonna be tough if Jock gets to now sticking this beast. What do you do?
yeah, even a set of Olama rings or anything like that wouldn't help.
Well, that's yellow, silly.
No, I'm saying in general, like there's not token decks in general right now are in a terrible position. So
against Jock's deck, this, I don't know what you might do.
Yep, it's something to consider when you're all signing up and building and testing during the week. Jock unveiling this monstrosity is going to be something to consider, because if people learn how to use this deck appropriately, it is a high contender for a tier 0 deck. We've seen it just run over people.
Yeah, Jock has been in the semifinals and finals multiple times on this deck as it's evolved, and then took a couple weeks off, and I think people kind of stopped expecting this deck.
Yep.
But the moment you see Jock's name on the sign-up sheet, you should be expecting this.
Yeah, expect big beats to be cheated out very quickly. And if you're paying attention there, that Wake the Bones went through, grabbed the Necromantic again. And what is in Jock's Boneyard? Nothing yet, so easy choices for some discards probably on the back of the disc. I do think
in the late game, this slide deck has one good advantage in actually getting off a slide on like 6, 7, and because Jock's deck does not tend to go wide, so you can look to just fan out and push damage on weak sides, because Jock's deck tends to be about high damage calculated pinpoint swings.
Yeah, that precision strike with heavy weapons is huge. Wow, we see a second Hopeless Necromantic that is burned for the gem and the mana, with the other one revealed and in hand.
Honestly, I would expect that to mean that we still have one in hand concealed as well. I think if you have 2, you hold 2. The only way you put one back is if you have 2 concealed. And so I would guess that we have the one that's been seen, and then one that hasn't yet. And if that's the case, obviously you play the one that has been seen to not give away the info of the one that... And we do see 7 enchantments down now. This is kind of what I was talking about, leading into a potential slide play. But slide on its own isn't going to do much. You need 6 stones.
Oh, that traitorous murmur.
Jock doesn't have to play just his own big stuff when you can also just steal the opponent's big stuff.
Yeah, one of the best answers for fighting against these large minions is contesting with your own large minions, and Jock has planned for that in the form of Traitorous Murmur. Just take it away from them. Ooh, man. There is the Earth Slide, absolutely.
Now, this is the issue, though. Without the Singing Stones, these can be clapped out. So, if you don't have Singing Stones, this is still not safe. Claps and Magnus both will wipe these.
Yep.
So, even without the...
Well, and Jock doesn't care too much because of the overrun plus the horn. That is game 1, folks.
Yep. Looking a lot like the final game of the semifinals.
EBC not even letting it go to fruition, scooping him up, and then taking a breath before we get back into this next game. This will be game 2 of the finals and
now, it should be noted that these two have played once today, and Jock took that matchup 2-0.
Yep.
So it could be a combination of an advantageous matchup to Jock, as well as just knowing the matchup well.
Yeah. And the players are in and getting ready to roll. We got some greetings being tossed out.
This could potentially be it.
There's a burn on a horn immediately.
I like that. It's 6.
Yep.
You don't need it yet.
You do not.
This is something else that can slow Jock's deck down, actually, is not going because then you don't get the smite on 1.
That is a good point.
But you do still get the smite on 2, meaning that you can still smite, load something up, and then what it does stop, though, is playing down anything else on 2. Like,
oh, and it's Living Mountain.
if the opponent has a good play on 1, you can't then detain it on 2 because you need to smite. But that is the Living Mountain.
So that's big. We did see we saw an immediate Sandscape from EBC,
Now,
but nothing else being played,
now,
and
does
Jock
Jock
has
have it?
half.
No.
Oh, wow.
Digging to find it.
Yep, just a switch back on Circadian Disc.
And this is what we talked about in the last game. This is the point of the game that EBC needs to be pushing damage now. This is Jock's weak point if Jock doesn't have this Hopeless, and you have to build up to those high impact.
Still just playing enchantments right now, though.
Oh, man.
There's another big one going back into the deck after a burn in the form of Blackened Jotun. And a Bragi Runesinger.
Gonna continue to dig.
I got the finger taps right now. I'm a very anxious for EBC.
Yeah, no joke.
I want to
I'm
see the
actually
play.
on the edge of my seat.
Yep. I'm sitting on
Which is no small feat
floor.
because I've got a big belly and little space between my seat and my desk.
Oh man, I'm sitting on the floor, legs outstretched, but I got the finger tippy taps going right now. I want to see what happens here. EBC deciding through multiple cards, plenty of mana and gems to burn. And another enchantment coming down. I feel like there has to be an Earthslide in the hand. Cycling through, digging. There's a recruit.
Now, last time we saw this type of cycling, Oilfield was involved, and those minions didn't cost anything except the gem cost. This time, not so much.
Jock also having to dig with Brainstorm.
And I feel like this is a bad sign if I'm EBC, because Jock's going to be going on to 5 and then 6, and that's when this deck picks up its pace in the late game.
Yeah, it doesn't even care about the combo. It just starts dropping big ones.
Yeah, that's the thing, is it can just cast these out of hand. So I think if I'm EBC, I've missed my window, and it's not looking good. A lot of game left to be played, but I've played quite a bit of this game now in my downtime, and I don't think this bodes well. I think Jock's feeling confident at this point because Jock's made it past that weak point in the deck.
A second monstrosity put into the Boneyard in the form of Indrik Beast. And then we'll be moving into that 6 mana zone for Jock, and then we can just start hard casting.
6/8 can hit the field, and GG.
Oh, that was a misclick, I think. That Sandscape was trying to go down to the other side.
Oh,
to fill up. You hate to see that.
It was the... Oh, they meant to Oilfield.
Yeah.
Not Sandscape. Oh, no. If it wasn't looking bad enough.
Meant to drag the oil field out so they could use that combo with the root that we were talking about before. Sandscape completely burned up, missing out on the opportunity to fill up.
Oasis, Cobblejack down onto the field. Oh, man.
I saw that Sandscape flip up before it actually ended up where it did, and I was like, oh, we could have an Earth Slide set up coming through, but not the card they meant to grab. You hate to see it. I've made so many misplays in the same exact position in my physical and digital TCG time, and it never feels good. That Rewind Hex coming down, just shutting out even more of the enchantments on EBC's side of the field.
Oh, man. Now, I want to take a quick moment, dig back into the depths of MWO stats. And, oh, I don't have them on this laptop. One moment, I gotta switch that.
Well,
So,
I will let you know what we see while you're doing that. The Hopeless Necromantic finally being dug up by Jock. Nothing to sacrifice it against currently. But we're also in that 6 mana zone.
Playing in the MW. Not the test of... And that's it.
Yep, EBC sees the other piece of that combo, the weight of the misclick. Wow. Yeah, that's painful to see. I mean, congratulations to Jock. They were in solid position anyway.
So Jock began playing in the MWO in the Weekly Open Week 2. That is when all of this began. And I actually I'm going to post in the Twitch chat Jock's Weekly Open Week 2 deck list, because it's been the same style of deck, but it has evolved again and again and again. So we can actually look back now. I've just posted it in Twitch chat and see the evolution of Jock's deck.
Yep, so we see here the Viljo Wind Fury I don't think is in the deck any longer.
To give some context to that, we will also take a quick look back at the most played commons of that week. This is kind of funny to see as well. So, this is Weekly Open Week 2 is when Jock began playing and played in almost all of the opens since. And that deck at V6 cost about 5,000 essence. Looking back at when we switched to the layout we use now.
Mm-hmm.
And Jock on V6 of this deck, the deck cost about 5,000 essence. And we see it now peaking up close to 25,000. This was back when Old Bolt was a thing. And
when air healing was in every deck.
Yeah, playset of it.
Yeah. Well,
no Magnus. I'm guessing Jock just didn't own them yet. We'd had some Avenging Alphas, some Volkov Pointmen, Volkov Heavy, which we still see, but less of now. It's so cool to see the evolution of that deck as time's gone on. And to now finally get that elusive.
Yeah, that head-to-head win, taking down the 10th week of the Mythgard Weekly Open, MWO 10's champion, Jock, will have the opportunity to participate in the Journey of Souls interview with Noah over the course of the week. And
yeah, I need to send Jock a message about that and see if we can knock out a good time to sit and chat this week. Yep. I would love to do that because, wow, what an awesome match, and how cool is it to see Jock coming so close time and time again and not giving up on this deck idea and just saying, I'm going to make this deck good. And now getting it good enough to finally pick up the win.
Yep, absolutely. And it against a field of players that none of them were slouches. A lot of fantastic showings.
Indeed.
Congratulations to our runner-up as well, and everybody who participated this week. Remember, you can follow the Mythgard Weekly Open on Twitch by hitting the follow button. You can follow on Twitter as well. You can even follow the individuals. Brasiah is at Brasiah on Twitter. Noah is at TRS_Noah. And then myself, the Mantid Man, I am at Mantid Man on Twitter. Do not forget to redeem your packs with the code Discord4000. You get 5 free packs that you can add to your collection now or save for purple. And speaking of purple, remember, next week, Mythgard Weekly Open 11, we will have that exclusive spoiler that we will talk about live during the MWO with everybody who is in Twitch chat. We'll discuss everything we have seen, and we will discuss that card, get your thoughts on it, and Noah and I will argue about what's going on. So it has been a wild ride. What a way to wrap up this week of Mythgard. Pay attention for the VOD. Tell your friends to watch it and learn. And go ahead and get signed up as quick as you can to get your share of those 100 packs, courtesy of the developers over at Rhino Games and their fantastic game of Mythgard.